By chance, Chen Hao awakened the Tycoon System, and from that moment, his life underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Luxury cars, yachts, campus beauties, female CEOs, celebrities, and internet influencers, an endless parade of women entered his life. To drink in the arms of beauties and wake to rule the world, this is how life should be, carefree and unrestrained. Chapter 1, System awakens this damned charm. Brain storage area. Once stored, no withdrawals allowed. Inside the elevator, Chen Hao encountered her once again. Today, she was wearing a tight-fitting dress that hugged her curvaceous figure, showcasing the beauty of a mature woman's silhouette to its fullest. Her long legs were wrapped in mysterious black stockings, exuding an irresistible allure as she gracefully stepped into the elevator. The slight sway of her slim waist radiated endless charm, her captivating presence making it impossible to look away. Her fragrance filled the elevator the moment she entered. Damn, she's such a temptress. Chen Hao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman lived in the same apartment complex as Chen Hao. In fact, they were next-door neighbors. Although they had never spoken, Chen Hao had long since noticed her. How could he not? If you had a neighbor who constantly dressed this seductively, would you be able to ignore her? She glanced at Chen Hao indifferently, then turned her gaze away. That cold look made Chen Hao feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! Is she looking down on me? If I were rich, I'd make her kneel before me and sing, "Conquer." Chen Hao knew very well that conquering a woman like her by talking about feelings. Forget it. You could still discuss emotions with a naive young girl, but with a mature woman who has been tempered by society, the most effective way was just one thing: money. When you throw a stack of cash in front of her, would she still be this cold? Definitely not. She'd probably become as docile as a kitten. Of course, there was another possibility: if you were incredibly handsome. Some mature women or wealthy ladies had a special fondness for dashing young men. Unfortunately, Chen Hao had neither of these qualities. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's strong desire to become wealthy has been detected. The Super Tycoon system is now activating. Activation successful. Binding with their host. Binding complete. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Gift pack 1, plus 20 to looks, plus 20 to physique, plus 20 to charm. Gift pack 2, a fully owned apartment. Gift pack 3, 100% ownership of Zingyuan Corporation. Ding! Newbie gift pack successfully delivered. The sudden voice in his mind startled Chen Hao. Was he hearing things? Wait a second. Why do my pants and sleeves feel shorter? Could it be I've grown taller? Chen Hao quickly took out his phone and turned on the camera. Seeing his reflection on the screen, he was completely shocked. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, incredibly handsome. 5 words, so ridiculously good-looking. Chen Hao's looks had always been average at best, far from handsome. If a perfect score was 100, his looks would be around 70. But now? With a plus 20 boost to his appearance, he had skyrocketed to over 90. Even Chen Hao himself couldn't help but exclaim, if I were a woman, I'd fall for me too. So, their voice earlier was real. I actually awakened the Tycoon system. Har har, I've hit the jackpot. Realizing it was all true, Chen Hao was thrilled. Was this the start of his rise to the top? Reminder, the property deed has been placed in the host's inventory and is ready for use. The system's voice sounded again. Chen Hao immediately opened his backpack and indeed found a red property deed. He was curious to see what kind of apartment he had been awarded. Opening the deed, he saw the address, Mindu number 1. The black-stockinged woman also noticed the deed on the ground. Her eyes widened in shock. Mindu number 1. Property? She stared at the words on the deed, completely stunned. Mindu number 1 was one of the most luxurious residential complexes in the city. To put it into perspective, it held the same prestige in Mindu as the Thompson Riviera did in Shanghai. 1 word, expensive. Properties there started at 20 million yuan per square meter, with a minimum unit size of 400 square meters. That meant even the cheapest apartments cost nearly 100 million yuan, a place reserved for the city's true elite. Looking at the deed, the woman began to re-evaluate the young man standing before her. Could this boy next door actually be a wealthy second-generation heir just experiencing life? Then, something even more surprising happened. When she shifted her gaze to Chen Hao, she was once again taken aback. He was breathtakingly handsome. Even someone as accustomed to handsome men as her couldn't resist his charm. More than that, there was a faint, intoxicating aura about him, a magnetic masculine energy that drew her in. Damn it! How did I never notice how handsome he was before? At that moment, the woman made a decision. Ouch! When the elevator shook just now, I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much I can't walk. She clutched the elevator railing and looked at Chen Hao pitifully, her eyes brimming with vulnerability. The saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Naturally, Chen Hao felt obliged to help. All right, I'll help you back home. Chen Hao picked up the property deed, grabbed her arm, and supported her. The closer proximity intensified her fragrance, nearly intoxicating him. Soon, they reached her apartment, which was just by the elevator. After she unlocked the door with her fingerprint, Chen Hao helped her into the living room and placed her on the sofa. Just as he was about to leave, the unexpected happened. The woman suddenly hooked her arms around his neck and pressed her body against his. Chen Hao froze. Her ankle wasn't injured at all. He had been tricked. Before he could react further, she leaned closer and, with a teasing smile, whispered in his ear, "Little brother, it's a long night. How about we get to know each other a little deeper?" Chapter 2, Becoming the Wealthy Person I Once Despised. Early the next morning, Chen Hao was rudely awakened by the woman from last night. "Wake up! Hurry, wake up!" Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw her face filled with panic. Last night had been utterly wild, discussing life together until the wee hours. Exhausted, Chen Hao's body still felt sore. "After all that effort last night, can't you let me sleep a bit longer?" "What's wrong?" Chen Hao groggily asked. "You need to leave now. My godfather is coming." The words jolted Chen Hao awake instantly. He stared at her, incredulous. This woman. Liar. Biggest liar ever. Didn't she say she wasn't married? That she was single? Don't look at me like that. I never lied to you. I really am single and not married, she said, a little sheepishly. I just forgot to tell you I have a godfather. Chen Hao? Fine, you win. A gentleman doesn't covet what others cherish. Farewell. An hour later, Chen Hao found himself on the top floor of minute to number 1. Standing in the living room, he was so amazed by the luxurious interior that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This decor was insanely extravagant. Everything a person could want was here. Am I dreaming? Still in disbelief, Chen Hao pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. Not a dream. Definitely not a dream. From today, I'm officially a homeowner, living in a luxurious duplex apartment that most people couldn't afford even after a lifetime of work. He began inspecting the property carefully. It was a duplex, 2 floors in total, with each floor spanning 800 square meters, a total of 1,600 square meters. The decor was stunningly lavish, with every piece of furniture being a globally renowned brand. For example, the living room sofa was from Poltrona Frau, known as the Rolls-Royce of leather sofas, with a starting price of at least $1,000,000. The chandelier above. Swarovski, of course. Unbelievably, the property even came with a massive 300 square meter sky swimming pool. Just imagine hosting a party here with a few ladies, absolute heaven. Chen Hao stripped off his clothes and dove into the pool, swimming for an hour before finally getting out. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang just as he stepped out. Quickly dressing, he went to answer the door. "Mr. Chen? Are you home?" Came a woman's voice from outside. Opening the door, Chen Hao was greeted by the scent of an alluring perfume. Standing at the entrance was a stunning woman dressed in black stockings. She wore an off-white blouse, tailored to highlight her slender waist while emphasizing her ample curves. Below was a black pencil skirt paired with sheer black stockings, exuding an air of mystery. With a professional smile, she introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Luo Qingyan, the property manager of minute to number 1. You can call me Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo doesn't feel quite right. "How about Sister Luo?" Chen Hao teased with a smile. Although unsure of her exact age, Chen Hao guessed she was at least 25. Being a senior in college, Chen Hao was 22, making Sister Luo entirely appropriate. The playful address instantly raised Luo Qingyang's opinion of him. This super rich tenant is surprisingly approachable and incredibly handsome. Even among the wealthy and celebrities living here, none could compare to Chen Hao's looks.
Mr. Chen, you're too kind, Luo Qingyan said, smiling.
I'm here today mainly because this is your first time moving in. I wanted to ask if you have any specific requests regarding our services.
How much is this apartment worth?
Chen Hao asked suddenly. His question left Luo Qingyan momentarily stunned. Didn't he just buy it yesterday? Don't you know the price? Perhaps his family bought it for him. That would explain why he didn't know the cost. Luo Qingyang's curiosity about Chen Hao's background grew as she patiently replied, Mr. Chen, this is the penthouse of minute to number 1, priced at 250,000 yuan per square meter. At 1,600 square meters, the total comes to 400 million yuan. 400 million? Chen Hao's heart nearly stopped, and his adrenaline surged.
Holy crap, I'm a billionaire now. Smiling sweetly, Luo Qingyang asked, Mr. Chen, may I add you on WeChat?
It'll make future communication more convenient.
Chen Hao couldn't help but marvel.
Before today, no woman had ever asked for his WeChat, let alone someone as stunning as Luo Qingyan.
Come in, Chen Hao invited.
Luo Qingyan hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Half an hour later, Luo Qingyan left, and Chen Hao lounged comfortably on his luxurious sofa, gazing around the massive apartment with a heart full of emotion. Just yesterday, he'd been fretting over next month's rent, unemployed after being fired from his internship.
Now, he owned a 400 million yuan penthouse.
Women like Luo Qingyan, who had everything looks, a million yuan salary wouldn't have spared him a glance before.
Now?
She wanted his WeChat and willingly entered his apartment alone. The saying goes, being handsome doesn't guarantee success, but being both handsome and rich makes anything possible. Suddenly, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. May I ask when you'd be available to visit the company?
A soft, flirtatious voice purred.
Chairman. Visit the company.
Oh, right. The newbie package also included 100% ownership of a company called Zhengmengyuan.
Hello, may I ask who this is?
I'm your secretary, Su Muren. You can call me Xiaosu, she introduced herself, her voice reminiscent of a certain celebrity, seductive and electrifying. My apologies for disturbing you, but there are 2 pressing matters at the company that require your decision.
Could you come by today?
Chen Hao agreed immediately. Sure.
Where are you located?
I can come pick you up, Su Muren offered sweetly.
I'm at minute to number 1.
There was a brief pause on the other end.
Minute to number 1.
The new boss is clearly loaded. With a cheerful tone, she replied, I'm not far from minute to number 1. I'll be there in about 15 minutes and wait for you at the entrance.
See you soon. Hanging up, Chen Hao was ecstatic. Just last month, he'd been fired and worried about finding a new job. Now, he owned a company and was about to meet his enchanting secretary.
Life couldn't get any better. Chapter 3, These Damn Exaggerated Curves. I grinned smugly, oh so smugly, watching the fleeting world remain ageless. I grinned smugly, oh so smugly. 20 minutes later, Chen Hao was humming a tune as he walked into the elevator. When the elevator reached the 12th floor, a stunning beauty with sunglasses stepped in, her figure undeniably striking. She was accompanied by a petite assistant carrying her bag. After entering the elevator, the woman gave Chen Hao a polite nod before turning her back to him. Chen Hao stared at her for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. Where have I seen her before? Soon, the elevator reached the ground floor. Chen Hao exited, while the woman and her assistant continued descending to the underground parking lot. Why does she remind me of Da Mimi, the super goddess adored by countless young men, even after having a child and going through a divorce? Could it really be her? Wasn't she in Shanghai? Why is she in Minute City? Is she here filming and staying temporarily? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Chen Hao didn't dwell on it. This was Minute City 1, prime real estate. Seeing a celebrity here wasn't surprising. When Chen Hao reached the entrance, 2 security guards rushed out from the guard booth. They stood at attention and saluted. This was the owner of the penthouse suite, the most prestigious client, personally emphasized by manager Luo. They had to serve him well. Their actions left Chen Hao slightly taken aback, but he couldn't deny it. It felt amazing. Mr. Chen. As Chen Hao stepped out the door, A red BMW parked by the roadside lowered its window. A woman leaned out. Then, the car door opened. A pair of slender, perfectly proportioned legs wrapped in nude stockings stepped out, adorned with white high heels. From the length of her legs alone, it was evident that she had a tall and elegant figure. The moment she fully emerged, she became the center of attention within 100 meters. Countless eyes turned to her, and even some pedestrians slowed their pace to steal a glance. There was no helping it. This woman was simply mesmerizing. With silky, flowing hair, skin as fair and flawless as fine jade, and a face as delicate as a masterpiece, she was undeniably a goddess. A woman like this was impossible to ignore. Damn, she is stunning. Her figure is unbelievable. Those long, perfectly shaped legs, pure art. I could admire them for 2 years. If she were my girlfriend, I'd break my ribs to make her soup every day. As countless eyes roamed over Sumoran, a loud thud suddenly echoed from her side. A young man, too entranced by her beauty, had walked straight into a utility pole. A large bump immediately swelled on his forehead, prompting a burst of laughter from onlookers. Even worse, his wife was right beside him. Now he was in trouble. His 180-pound wife exploded. Look, what's so great about her? I'm standing right here, and you still act like this. If I weren't here, would you lose your mind entirely? Honey, let me explain. But she grabbed his ear. Explain? Explain what? You think I'm blind? Wait until we get home. You'll see how I deal with you. Come on, let us go. Honey, easy. I want to do it again. Though he pleaded, his eyes betrayed him, still sneaking glances at Sumoran. After all, how could anyone resist stealing one last look at such a goddess? Kneeling on durian shells later would be worth it. Sumoran had long grown accustomed to such stares and paid them no mind. Her attention was entirely on Chen Hao. So young? And so handsome. The moment she saw Chen Hao, even Sumoran, who was used to handsome men and beautiful women, felt a spark of excitement. Her professional instincts immediately kicked in. With his physique and looks, if he went on the runway, he'd be a national sensation in less than a year. But no. With his status as our chairman, how could he stoop to being a model? Sumoran quickened her pace and approached Chen Hao. Standing before him, she offered a polite smile and said, Mr. Chen, hello. I'm Sumoran. It's a pleasure to meet you. If Sumoran found Chen Hao dazzling, Chen Hao was equally stunned by her. Her beauty far surpassed that of the elevator lady from yesterday. Coupled with her sweet smile, she was utterly captivating. Tall and slender, her figure boasted perfect curves. Her sweet smile and sultry, velvety voice were enough to make anyone's bones melt. A woman like this is really my secretary. Oh boy. You're my little secretary? Chen Hao asked, surprised. If she truly was, life was about to get much more interesting. Sumoran hadn't expected Chen Hao to be so direct. Little secretary. That sounded so demeaning. Her face turned a rosy shade of embarrassment. She replied shyly, Mr. Chen, you're so naughty. How could you address me like that? Even her flustered tone was delightful. Realizing his faux pas, Chen Hao quickly corrected himself. Thankfully, his voice hadn't been loud, and no one else heard him. Mr. Chen, everyone at the company is waiting for you. Shall we? This way, please. Sumoran's car was a red BMW M3. As soon as Chen Hao got into the passenger seat, a faint fragrance filled the air, the same as on Sumoran. Seeing him sit in the front seat surprised her slightly. Most bosses preferred the back seat to emphasize their status. Her previous boss had always chosen the back seat. Seems like this new boss doesn't treat me as a chauffeur. He is quite approachable, she thought. Sumoran sat in the driver's seat and pulled her seatbelt across her body. As she fastened it, the belt happened to stretch tightly across her chest, accentuating her curves in the most exaggerated way. These damn exaggerated curves left Chen Hao overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 4, I Can Choose. This is interesting. Sumoran gripped the steering wheel with both hands and stood upright, which made his pride even more heroic. The slender legs are wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, round, slender and charming. The scenery was so beautiful that Chen Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Although Sumoyan's eyes were focused forward, she still noticed Chen Hao's look from the corner of her eye. She started the car and said with a smile, "Boss Chen, I'll be shy if you look at me like that." How is this a rejection? This is clearly just acting coquettishly. The tone of voice that was so coquettish that it made one's bones ache, made one's heart itch. I used to hear people say that a man can be excited by just the sound of his voice. Chen Hao didn't believe it before. But now I really believe it. As for the woman in front of me, let alone her voice, just looking at her a few more times will bring up the most primitive thoughts. In the past, Chen Hao really envied those rich second generations. Many times I have seen those rich second generations driving luxury cars with long-legged beauties sitting on the passenger seat. While driving, they hold the steering wheel with their left hand and caress their companion's long legs with their right hand. This kind of life is what Chen Hao has always longed for, but he only dared to think about it in his dreams. But now it's different. With the system, the identity has changed radically. Since Sumoran is not angry, can we try to go a step further? At this time, Chen Hao made a bold decision and tentatively placed his left hand on her well-proportioned thigh wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. It feels silky smooth when you get it. I pinched it a little and it was very elastic. This feel. It's so amazing. Sumoran is not a skinny beauty. Her figure is the type that looks muscular when she takes off her clothes but thin when she puts on clothes. Such women are most popular among men. Chen Hao had only done this tentatively, and was prepared to be blamed by her or even slapped. But what Chen Hao didn't expect was that Sumoran didn't seem to avoid it at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Mr. Chen, your hands are not honest. Aren't you afraid that your wife will be unhappy if she finds out? I'm not married, where does my wife come from? You're not married yet. You must have a girlfriend, right? If your girlfriend finds out, she won't be happy." Girlfriend? She dumped me last month. Now I'm alone. Chen Hao did have a girlfriend before. Su Moyan chuckled, "Boss Chen, you are such a joker. You are so outstanding, which woman would be willing to dump you? It was you who dumped her, wasn't it?" Su Moran really feels that Chen Hao is excellent. Putting aside the fact that he is the boss of the company, his looks, figure and temperament are already better than 99.9999% of men. If you are lucky enough to be the girlfriend of such a wonderful man, why don't you hold him tightly in your hands and kick him away? Is there something wrong with this woman? Chen Hao shook his head and sighed, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. At that time, she despised me for being poor. Puff. Sumoran couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You are poor? Putting aside the company, just looking at the luxury house you live in, Mindu number 1, who would dare to look down on you for being poor? Could it be that her family is richer than yours?" Chen Hao shook his head. "Her family has no money. She comes from the countryside and her monthly salary is just over 7,000 yuan. Impossible. With such conditions, she still despises you for being poor? Oh, I see. She must have cheated on someone richer than you." Sumoyan has seen a lot of things like this. Disliking the poor and loving the rich is a common trait among most women. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. She is actually a good person, and she is not the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich, but she just can't see our future. Sumoran became even more confused after hearing this. Can't see the future? How is that possible? Your future is to live a life of great wealth and honor. You have now reached a level that most people cannot reach in their entire lives, so what future do you still need? Is that woman really sick? Chen Hao was too lazy to explain. Change the subject. By the way, he said on the phone before that he wanted to talk to me about something. What exactly is it? Sumoyan smiled, her voice was always so pleasant. There are two things in total. The first is that representatives from Fujian Company have come to our company. They are here to sign a cooperation agreement. Because the amount involved is relatively large, your signature is required. Hearing about Fujian Company, Chen Hao was surprised. What company are you talking about? Fujian Company. The Fujian Company on Gongya Road, the one that does advertising planning. Su Moyan nodded. Yes, that's the one. Hey, Mr. Chen, do you know this company? Chen Hao smiled bitterly. Of course I know. I used to intern in that company, but I failed the internship and was fired. What does our company do? What project are we collaborating on with Fujian Company? Chen Hao's sudden question surprised Su Moran again. She looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. You bought the company yesterday, but you don't know what the company does.
Oh my god. Before buying a company, don't you first research the company's background and evaluate the price before buying it? Did you buy it with your eyes closed? It's also possible that his family bought the company for him so that he could practice his skills first. Sumoran had also seen some of this kind of thing. In order to train their younger generations, some chaebol families specifically bought small businesses for them to practice. Sumoran felt that Chen Hao should belong to this category of super rich second generation. Sumoran patiently explained, "It's like this, Mr. Chen, our billion-yuan company mainly deals in women's products, which are divided into two parts. Part of it is the women's clothing department. There is also a cosmetics department. The women's department accounts for 30% of sales, and the cosmetics department accounts for 70%. As for our cooperation with Fujian Advertising Company, the previous chairman had already negotiated with them to give their company advertising for the next year. Now the chairman has changed, so we need you to make the final decision." Chen Hao heard this. Happy. Isn't this a coincidence? Who is their representative who came to sign the contract? It's Yiqian, the head of their company's business department. When he heard Yiqian's name, Chen Hao smiled. Sister Yiqian is here? Sumoran said softly, "There is one more thing. The company is recruiting people and needs your approval." Chen Hao was a little depressed. The company is recruiting for such a trivial matter, and you want me to do it? What does the human resources department do? Mr. Chen, don't you want to go? Sumoran smiled mysteriously and said, "Since you are not interested, Mr. Chen, I will tell Director Li of the Human Resources Department that she will be fully responsible for this concubine selection activity." As she spoke, Sumoran was about to call Director Li to tell her that she didn't need to wait for Chen Hao anymore. Chen Hao immediately became energetic. "Wait a moment. What is this selection of concubines you're talking about?" Sumoyan smiled and said, "Recruiting models. We call it the selection of concubines internally." Recruiting models. Choosing a concubine. Chen Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. There were beautiful women with amazing figures, fair skin and beautiful looks standing in front of him. How could he miss such a good thing when he could choose from them? Of course I have to go and take a look. Chapter 5, Flirting and then running away, it's so exciting. Zhengmengyuan Company mainly deals in women's products. Both the clothing department and the beauty products need models to display. So, the company will recruit a new batch of models every once in a while. In the past, the recruitment process was personally supervised by the former chairman. Those who were selected by the chairman would eventually end up in the former chairman's bed thanks to his strong financial ability. Over time, the recruitment of models was privately called the Princess Selection Activity. Ding! Mission released. Participate in the concubine selection event and recruit at least one model. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with a luxury supercar. The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind made Chen Hao suddenly happy. Supercars are coming? I just don't know which model this luxury supercar is. Ferrari? Porsche? Or a Lamborghini? Expect. Soon, the car stopped at the door of a building. After the car came to a complete stop, Sumoyan first unbuckled his seatbelt, then smiled at Chen Hao and said, "Boss Chen, we're here. I want to get off the car." "Yeah, get out of the car." "But if you don't take your hand away, how can I get out of the car?" Sumoyan pointed to his right thigh. Only then did Chen Hao realize that his hand was still on her thigh. He actually touched it all the way. "Take it back. Get out of the car, get out of the car." Chen Hao smiled awkwardly and quickly got out of the car. After getting off the car, Sumoran began to introduce, "Mr. Chen, this is the headquarters of our company. The production workshop is in a factory in the suburbs. If you are interested, I can take you to the factory when I have time. Let me show you around the headquarters first. Their headquarters is on the 6th and 7th floors of this building." Sumoran introduced as he walked. Afterwards, the two of them took the elevator to the 6th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Chen Hao was shocked by the scene in front of him. Outside the elevator, 2 rows of beautiful women lined up to welcome us. They are all wearing OL outfits, short skirts with stockings, either flesh-colored or black stockings. Good job. It's the first time I've seen so many beauties at once. If they didn't have work badges hanging around their necks, Chen Hao would have thought this was the scene of the concubine selection. Not an old man. So young? And so handsome. And his figure is great too. Love it, love it. With such a handsome guy by my side, I won't be bored at work anymore. I just don't know if he will come to the company often. Sumo Ran began to introduce, Mr. Chen, these are all employees of the headquarters. This is Shahualan, the director of the legal department, and this is Wang Jinyang, the director of the design department. Chen Hao shook hands with them one by one and greeted them politely. His approachable attitude immediately won their favor. After a simple welcome ceremony, Sumoran and Shahualan took Chen Hao to visit the headquarters. Then he took Chen Hao to the chairman's office. In the conference room. In order to negotiate the advertising business of Xingmengyuan Company, Yi Chen was busy for a whole month. After treating everyone to a meal and giving them gifts, he finally won the business of Xingmengyuan. I promise to sign the contract today. Once the contract is signed, not only will her position as business department manager be secured, but she will also be able to receive a considerable commission. With this commission, I will have money to treat my grandma's illness. She was excited at the thought of signing the contract soon. At the same time, I was also nervous. Because she heard the news that Xingmengyuan Company had been sold yesterday and had a new owner. She discussed her business with her former boss. I don't know if the new boss will change his mind. What if you change your mind and don't sign the contract? Perturbed. Disturbed. After waiting for an hour, the other party's new boss still didn't show up, and Yi Chen became more and more anxious. But there was nothing she could do even if she was anxious. This is in the other party's company. They are the client's father. She can only wait. At this time, there was a noise in the corridor outside the door. Yi Chen was curious, so she opened the door and looked over. I saw 20 or 30 beautiful women walking out of the elevator and then entering the room not far away. Judging from the appearance, these beauties are basically over 1.65 meters tall. Not to mention the body proportions. Quite exciting. Quite wow. They are all beautiful women. Is this the legendary Xingmengyuan Company's concubine selection site? It's such a blessing to be the boss of this company. Yi Chen had already heard about the selection of concubines by Xingmengyuan Company, but she was still shocked when she actually saw this scene. Isn't this the scene that every man longs for? Sister Ari, long time no see. At this time, a voice was heard and Yi Chen turned around to look over. This look. Are you Xiao Hao? Yi Chen's eyes widened, she walked over quickly, and looked at Chen Hao carefully. You've grown taller and more handsome. Oh my god, it's only been a month, how come you've changed so much? Chen Hao nodded, I also feel that I have become more handsome. Yi Chen chuckled, your ability to be conceited hasn't changed at all. When they were in the company, Chen Hao and Yi Chen were in a superior subordinate relationship. Yi Chen is very caring towards Chen Hao. When Chen Hao was fired, Yi Chen tried to persuade the company to keep Chen Hao, but the higher-ups did not agree. Before Chen Hao left, Yi Chen knew that Chen Hao was short of money. He also gave Chen Hao a red envelope of 500 yuan. We have done our best for Chen Hao. Sister Yi Chen, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Chen Hao said sincerely. You have such a sweet mouth. I know you are complimenting me, but I love hearing that. Oh, why are you here? Do you work here? I heard that this company only recruits women at its headquarters. Even the security guards and cleaners are women. How did you get in? Chen Hao smiled indifferently, I am handsome, so they hired me. Stop it. I know some people in this company, and I can also say a few words to the chairman's secretary. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me and I'll ask Secretary Su to help you. The person Yi Chen has dealt with the most for business during this period is Sumoyan. The two people went from not knowing each other at first to being friends now. Hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel moved. You took good care of me in my previous company. Are you still taking care of me now? Chen Hao opened his arms and gently hugged Yi Chen into his arms. Sister Yi Chen, thank you. Chen Hao's thanks came from the bottom of his heart. If she hadn't given me 500 yuan when I left, I probably wouldn't have survived this month. You little brat, why are you being so polite to me? Yi Chen was stunned by Chen Hao's hug, but listen to me, this company has high salary and good prospects, you have to work hard and don't mess around, understand? Sister Yi Chen, why do I feel like your tone is becoming more and more like my mother's? No, like my future wife. Chen Hao suddenly made a joke, and Chen blushed. Stop it, how can I be your future wife? Don't be so unreasonable. I am 6 years older than you. Chen Hao chuckled and said jokingly, a girl 3 years older than you will get a gold brick, and a girl 6 years older than you will get 2 gold bricks. Sister Chen, you smell so good. Chen Hao also sniffed deeply, smelling a faint scent of orchid. This made Chen completely uncomfortable. You've become more courageous. Even I dare to tease you. Just when Chen pushed Chen Hao away and was about to hit him twice, Chen Hao had already let go of her, turned around and ran away. He quickly entered the room in front. It's so fucking exciting to tease and then run away. Chen. Sumo Ran came over with the contract in his hand and handed it to Chen. According to the new chairman's request, the content of the contract has been slightly changed, and the legal department has already signed it. As long as you sign it, the contract will take effect. As soon as she heard that the content of the contract had been changed, Chen immediately became nervous. What has changed? Could it be that some unfair terms have been included? I immediately opened the contract and read it carefully. Result: most of the content remained unchanged, except for the annual advertising cost, which increased from the originally agreed 6 million to 20 million. Chen widened her eyes and her lips trembled. 20 million. Chapter 6. Have I come to the land of women? When Chen saw that the amount written on the contract was 20 million, I was dumbfounded on the spot. Originally, she was still worried that the cooperation might be cancelled once the new chairman took office. But I never expected that instead of terminating the cooperation, the amount of the cooperation was increased from 6 million to 20 million. I'm going to be rich. Chen was very excited. Her company, Fuqiang Advertising, has not been doing well recently. Layoffs have already begun. Chen Hao was among those who were laid off. If there is still no business, the company will most likely close down within half a year. Under this situation, the company introduced a series of remedial measures. For example, the salesperson's commission was increased from 1% to 3%. The purpose is to improve the enthusiasm of sales staff. Chen estimated that 3% of 20 million would be 600,000, right? Chen is not married and does not have the pressure of raising children. But her grandmother fell ill. The cost of treatment would be at least 300,000. Is there enough money for treatment? Another 300,000. Chen immediately took out a pen and signed the contract on the spot. Mo Ran, what's going on? Why did the contract become 20 million? Did you help to intercede? Chen asked curiously. Some time ago, Chen came to this company on business, and it was Sumo Ran who received her. After talking to each other, they found out that they were actually alumni. With this level of relationship, and the fact that the two people could really get along, their business relationship developed into a friendship. Chen doesn't think that the company will increase the cooperation amount for no reason. It should be Sumoyan who helped to say it, right? I don't have that much ability. This is the decision of the new chairman. I don't know why he increased it. Chen was even more curious. Who is your new chairman? Can I meet him? The new chairman is busy now. I don't expect it to be finished in 2 hours. Chen glanced at the meeting room for the imperial concubine selection and said, how about this, you go back first, and I'll arrange a time for you two to meet when the chairman is free. The sermon would take at least 2 hours, and Chen was unwilling to wait. There are other jobs. All right then. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, you can't refuse. Okay, I'll be there tonight. I'm going to eat you out of money tonight. See you tonight. Wait, there is one more thing I need to ask of you. Chen Hao is my former colleague. He works in your company now. Please help take care of him. Sumoyan's eyes widened instantly. Your colleague? Is this true or false? Did the chairman of my family ever work in your small company? What's going on? Could it be that he is experiencing life in that company? Right. It must be like this. Sumoran is able to be the chairman's secretary because he has a strong ability to read people's expressions. Since Chen Hao didn't reveal his identity, naturally, she would not expose it. Don't worry, he will have a better life than anyone else in this company. Sumoran smiled. Now she finally understood why Chen Hao suddenly increased the amount from 6 million to 20 million.
It seems that he and Yiqian have a close relationship.
Thank you, then. I'm leaving now.
See you tonight.
At the same time, in the lounge next to the meeting room.
Under the arrangement of a clerk in the company, more than 20 beauties gathered here, waiting for the next interview. Everyone, I just heard that the company's new chairman wants to interview in person.
A beauty suddenly said. A new chairman? Male or female? Old or young? It's a man. I heard he's very young and handsome.
Where did you get this information?
Is it accurate?
The front desk clerk is my sister. She told me that the new boss of the company came to the company for the first day today.
He looks very handsome. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Young, handsome, and a big boss.
Isn't this the legendary tall, rich, and handsome man?
Here comes the chance. Put on some makeup, and be sure to look your best in front of your new boss.
If he takes a fancy to her, then there will be hope for the chairman's wife.
I don't know if the chairman likes black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, or bare feet. Each beauty has her own little thoughts.
Originally, they thought it was just an ordinary job and it didn't matter if they didn't pass the interview.
Where is it hard to find a job?
But it's different now. If the chairman comes to say this in person, isn't this a great opportunity to showcase himself? Do you think the new chairman will be very strict?
I wonder what her vision is like. Will it be fierce?
Some people also became nervous.
Not fierce.
The new chairman is always very polite to beautiful women. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. All the beauties turned to look.
This look. Young and handsome.
There is a special charm about him.
But what he wore was quite shabby.
The jeans turned white after washing. The t-shirt you're wearing is obviously a cheap one, and it's pilling from wearing it for so long.
Who are you?
Do you know the new chairman? How do you know the attitude of the new chairman towards beautiful women?
The beauties asked curiously.
They did not associate Chen Hao with the new chairman. This is a large enterprise with assets worth hundreds of millions.
Which big boss would dress so coldly?
But then, everyone was dumbfounded.
When Su Moran walked in,
I politely said to Chen Hao, "Chairman, please come in. The interview will be in the conference room inside." Everyone was stunned. He is the chairman of the company. So young.
It's so cool. Wow, I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
Chen Hao looked at the beauties with a smile, and said in a friendly and approachable manner, "You must perform well later.
Come on, don't let me down."
Then, Chen Hao turned around and went into the conference room with Su Moran. This is the real interview scene. The director of the Human Resources Department stood up immediately when he saw Chen Hao coming. Pulling out the stool next to her, Chen Hao sat down and asked, "How many beauties are here to choose a concubine today?"
"Oh no. Come on, interview." Li Yanfang, director of the Human Resources Department, covered her mouth and laughed.
Giggle. Su Moran laughed out loud. It seems that the new chairman really regards this interview as a concubine selection activity.
Li Yanfang handed over a folder.
Respectfully said, "Chairman, there are a total of 24 candidates who have passed our preliminary selection. Here is their name list and personal information. Please review it."
Chen Hao waved his hand. "No need to look, just come." Chen Hao can't wait any longer.
Chapter 7, School Bell, please start your performance. Li Yanfang, the director of the Human Resources Department, nodded and said, "Then we will go through them one by one in the order on the list."
Xiao Wen, call the first one in.
The HR girl who was in charge of the service immediately walked to the door and shouted, "First, Wang Yixue, is Wang Yixue here?"
"I am here."
A girl with long hair walked over from the crowd. She wore a black miniskirt with flesh-colored stockings and a pair of high heels over 10 centimeters long. As she walked, her waist swayed from side to side, which was extremely sexy and charming. She just walked in the door. Sudden. Oops. She let out a scream and fell to the ground. Her behavior scared the HR girl next to her. The ground is not slippery. How did you fall down? If an accident happens on site, I will be responsible and I will be the one to be scolded.
Go and help her immediately. With the help of the HR girl, Wang Yixue stood up. walked in front of the crowd. He looked at Chen Hao and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I was too nervous just now and fell down without paying attention. Now we can start. I think you fell pretty hard just now. How about this, the company arranges someone to take you to the hospital first." Chen Hao looked at her and said with a smile. Wang Yixio was stunned. "Am I eliminated now?" Of course she knew that sending her to the hospital was just a cover and elimination was the real deal. "Chairman, I actually have many talents." Wang Yixio wanted to try again, but Chen Hao waved his hand and said, "Next." "Chairman, Please come in." The HR girl came over immediately. Wang Yixio had no choice but to leave. After she left, Secretary Su asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, why was he eliminated?" Chen Hao smiled and said, "Didn't you see that she was faking a fall just now?" Chen Hao has seen many cases of fake falls. Have you ever heard about some celebrities who always fall down for various reasons while walking on the red carpet? Do you really think they fell accidentally? Don't be silly. This is a trick. Wang Yixio fell down on purpose just to attract Chen Hao's attention. How could her little trick escape Chen Hao's eyes? Secretary Su was puzzled and said, "Even if it was a fake fall, it only proves that she wanted to attract your attention. There is no need to eliminate her based on this, right?" Chen Hao took a sip of coffee. "A bit bitter. I'm still not used to drinking these foreign things." He asked the HR girl to bring him a bottle of mineral water. After taking a few sips, he said, "She was not eliminated because of a fake fall. It is normal to use tricks to achieve one's goals." Secretary Su was even more confused. "Then why do we have to eliminate them?" Chen Hao patiently explained. "Did you notice her face? The nose is padded. The double eyelids are pulled. My facial muscles are stiff, and it's not natural to smile. Their whole face is full of technology and hard work. Such artificial beauties are not suitable for our company." While speaking, Chen Hao looked at Secretary Su. Secretary Su noticed Chen Hao's look and immediately explained, "Boss Chen, I haven't had any plastic surgery. Everything in my body is natural." Chen Hao laughed and said, "Of course I can see that, otherwise, you would have been fired by me." Li Yanfang, the director of the Human Resources Department, was a little nervous. "If you do it, you will be fired. How disgusting it is for people who have had plastic surgery." So she buttoned up the second button of her shirt. "Through their clothes. He probably can't tell that I had a cosmetic surgery, right?" Everything went smoothly in the following interviews, and there were no more fake falls or other scheming things. However, Chen Hao was not very satisfied after more than a dozen interviews. Most of them have been renovated to some degree, even if it hasn't been fixed. But the shape is quite stiff. We are hiring models. Models must not only have outstanding looks, but their figure is also very important. After watching all 12, Chen Hao was still not satisfied. Until she showed up. Chen Hao suddenly felt enlightened. She is like a bright pearl, shining brightly. The dark red short skirt perfectly outlines her curvy figure, her slender waist that can be held in one hand, and her plump headlights that are about to pop out. Her long seaweed-like hair was casually spread out, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a charming luster. The pair of big eyes on the delicate face seemed to be able to speak, and there is a hint of unintentional charm in her bright and radiant look. She walked in front of the crowd with light steps. "Isn't this Xiang Siyai from the art department?" Chen Hao recognized her at a glance. She was the campus belle from the same school as him. Chen Hao was a senior in the finance department, while she was a junior in the art department. "Be good. The school beauty is here. Very interesting." Chen Hao subconsciously glanced at Su Moran, who had a devilish figure sitting next to him. Noticing Chen Hao's gaze, Su Moran immediately asked, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm comparing who has a better figure, you or her." Chen Hao said with a smile. "Of course it's me." Su Moran deliberately sat up straight. "Tighten your stomach. Stand up straight." In this way, her headlights appear even more proud and upright. "Mr. Chen, how is it?" Su Mohan leaned slightly closer to Chen Hao and whispered in a coquettish voice, "Now you know who has a better figure, right?" "What a goblin!" Chen Hao resisted the itch in his heart and turned to look at Xiang Siyai in front of him. "Introduce yourself." Chen Hao knew Xiang Siyai, but Xiang Siyai didn't know Chen Hao, so she bowed to show her respect. Chairman, hello, leaders. My name is Xiang Siai, and I'm a junior in the Department of Art at Mindu University. When Li Yanfang, the director of the Human Resources Department, heard that the person was a junior, she became unhappy. How do the people below do things? We are recruiting full-time people. How did a junior pass the preliminary round? Xiang Siai was shocked. Finished. Is this the rhythm of being eliminated? A little flustered, he immediately said, although I am a junior, I have classes during the day and I have time at night, and I am free on Saturdays and weekends. Li Yanfang was merciless. Sorry, we are recruiting full-time this time, not part-time, you can leave. Xiang Siai was so anxious that she was about to cry. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Hao stopped her and said, wait a moment. Then, Chen Hao looked at Li Yanfang and said, Director Li, it's good that you follow the rules, but please show me the recruitment requirements first. Li Yanfang immediately handed over a recruitment advertisement. Chen Hao took a look and saw that it did say, full-time job opening. He asked for another pen and added a sentence after, full-time. Secretary Su and Li Yanfang took it and looked at it. Part-time job is also possible. Director Li, this is in line with the rules, right? Chen Hao looked at Li Yanfang with a smile. Li Yanfang was suddenly speechless. Okay. You are the boss, you have the final say. Chen Hao looked at Xiang Siai and said, don't take what happened just now to heart. Let's continue. Can you turn around in place for me to see? Okay. Xiang Siai slowly turned around. Afterwards, Chen Hao asked her to walk the catwalk several times. You're right. Xiang Siai is not only good looking, but also has a hot body. Her body flexibility and coordination are also excellent, especially when she walks like a cat, and her slender waist twists, which makes Chen Hao excited. Have you ever learned to dance? After Xiang Siai finished her catwalk, Chen Hao asked. Xiang Siai nodded, I have learned it, mainly folk dance. Of course, I also know some modern dance. Of course Chen Hao knew that Xiang Siai could dance. I once saw her dancing solo at a school anniversary party. When she appeared on stage, she immediately lit up the entire venue. It was a pity that Chen Hao was sitting relatively far back at that time. I can't see clearly at all. Chen Hao looked at her with a smile, since you have learned dancing, can you do one? Dancing is Xiang Siai's strong point. She thought this was a good opportunity for her to show off her skills. She nodded and agreed, Chairman, do you want me to dance a folk dance? Folk dance needs to be paired with appropriate costumes to look good. You are not suitable for folk dance in this way. Chen Hao said seriously, let's do a simpler one. Sui will dance. Puff. Secretary Su, who was standing by, spat out the coffee that he hadn't even swallowed. Solve. Chairman, what do you want to do? Chapter 8 rewards are in hand. Chen Hao meets a beautiful anchor. Li Yanfang, director of the Human Resources Department, looked at Chen Hao in surprise. Boss. This is about selecting models, not dancers, right? Sui, you look a little bit unserious no matter how you look at you. However, they felt that Chen Hao's request was somewhat beyond the interview guidelines. But I didn't dare say anything. Who says the other party is the boss? When Xiang Siai first heard that Chen Hao didn't allow her to dance folk dance, she felt relieved. After all, folk dance does look good only with corresponding costumes, right? But, in the blink of an eye, I was asked to jump to Sui. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiang Siai finally nodded, with a slightly shy look on her face. Sui, I will. To be honest, Chen Hao was just trying it out. Result. Me. Agree. Are you so obedient? It's really good to have money. Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. At this time yesterday, who would be so beautiful to pay attention to me? When we were in school before, she wouldn't even look at me, let alone let me show off. Is this the life of rich people? Cool. Chen Hao made a gesture of invitation, then, please start your performance. Aha. Xiang Siai nodded obediently. She first squatted down and slowly took off her high heels and put them neatly aside. Then he took out his cell phone. I found a video on TikTok and played Sui's music. As the music started, Xiang Siai also started dancing. That twisting waist and that exaggerated swing. Chen Hao is a pleasure to watch. Oh my god. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it. Soon, a dance is over. Chen Hao was still not satisfied after watching it. Very good, that's it. Xiong Xiai immediately showed her delight. Chairman, do you need me to perform anything else? No. There is a long way to go, there is no need to rush now. Xiong Xiai smiled again. So, did I pass? Wait for notification. Chen Hao laughed. This is the company's recruitment process, and whether you pass or fail will not be announced on the spot. However, when Xiong Xiai left, Chen Hao put a big check mark behind her name. Next, there are 10 more interviewees. They are all good though. But it is still some distance away from Chen Hao's standards. None of them are as outstanding as Xiong Xiai. Chen Hao only hired 2 people symbolically. Recruitment is over. Chen Hao stretched lazily comfortably. Ding, it is detected that their host has completed their Select Concubine mission. The reward is a super sports car, Bugatti Veyron, and God-level driving skills. The sports car is parked in the open-air parking lot of Green Plaza. Please pick it up by yourself. Ding, the mission is released. Host, please complete the car pickup task within 24 hours. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with 5 Mindu number 1 underground garages. I heard that the reward turned out to be a Bugatti Veyron. Chen Hao was so excited that he stood up. He stood up suddenly. Bugatti. Oh my goodness. It must be worth tens of millions, right? Chen Hao's surprise startled Secretary Su beside him. Boss Chen, what's the matter? Why are you so happy? Are you interested in going for a ride with me? Chen Hao invited. Secretary Su thought about it, and finally shook his head. Wow, I'm so busy. I have a lot of things to do next. I won't go for a ride with you. If there is anything, let the secretary do it. If there is anything else, let me do it. Chen Hao blurted out subconsciously. However, he stopped halfway through. Secretary Su rolled his eyes immediately. Boss Chen, you are so mean, I will ignore you. Look, being angry is so intoxicating. What a big demon. After leaving the company, Chen Hao went to the roadside downstairs and hailed a taxi. After getting in the car, Chen Hao said, Master, let's go to Green Plaza. The driver was middle-aged. I glanced at Chen Hao from the rearview mirror. As a man, I couldn't help but be surprised by Chen Hao's appearance. If my son was this handsome, why would he have trouble finding a girlfriend? Remind, please sit down. Just as we were getting ready to set off. Boom boom boom. There was a rapid knock on the car window. The driver rolled down the window. Little girl, what's wrong? A girl holding a selfie stick stood outside the car window. She bent down and said to the driver, Master, I can't get a car. I have something urgent to do. Can you give me a ride? The driver looked embarrassed. But, I already have a customer here. I'm in a hurry. The driver turned around and looked at Chen Hao. If Chen Hao didn't agree, he would not agree. The taxi company has a rule that they cannot carry 2 groups of passengers at the same time. Unless the first guest's consent is sought. Master, she has something urgent to do, so take her first. I'm not in a hurry. The system gave Chen Hao 24 hours to receive the Bugatti. Chen Hao had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. The girl heard this. Immediately overjoyed. He opened the car door and got in. So handsome. When the girl saw Chen Hao, she was obviously dazzled. When Chen Hao looked at her, he also felt amazed. It is said that internet celebrities are created by beauty filters. But the internet celebrity in front of us is so beautiful in real life. In terms of appearance and figure, she is not inferior to Su Moran. Certainly. She and Su Moyan have 2 different styles. Su Moran is the sexy and charming type. And she is the girly type. In terms of age, she should be younger, probably in her early 20s. Girl, where are you going? The driver's voice came over. I'm going to Green Square. The girl said. The driver said, you are going to Green Plaza too. What a coincidence. This guy is also going to Green Plaza. The girl looked at Chen Hao in surprise. He also went to Green Plaza? Did the news spread so quickly? The driver asked curiously, what's the news? Did something big happen in Green Plaza? Chapter 9 Driver, slow down, I'm scared. A supercar appeared in the parking lot of Green Plaza. Chen Minchi was a little excited.
She was holding a selfie stick in her hand and was still live streaming. She has some fans on TikTok, but not many. There are currently less than 100 people online. This has something to do with the fact that fans are at work during the day. If the live broadcast is at night, the number of people online can still exceed 100. In fact, considering Chen Mingqi's looks, she shouldn't have done so badly. But the internet is a place where it is difficult to distinguish right from wrong. As long as the beauty filter and other functions are turned on, everyone can become a beauty. Even if Chen Mingqi is really that beautiful, she can kill most women in seconds without turning on the beauty filter. But what? Who would believe that? Who would believe that you didn't turn on the beauty filter? So, Chen Mingqi does not have the advantage of being good looking. So, even though she started live streaming when she was a sophomore and has been doing it for 2 years, and is about to graduate, she still hasn't become popular. There are very few fans. Fortunately, after live streaming every month, I can only earn enough to live on. But the strange thing is, although her income is not high, she wears all branded clothes. The dress is from Prada and the pleated skirt is from Louis Vuitton. The market value of these two items alone is at least tens of thousands. Even the handbag is from Dior. I don't know the exact price, but it must be at least tens of thousands. Could it be that she is a rich second generation? Chen Mingqi noticed that Chen Hao's eyes were on her handbag, and her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Will it be seen as a fake product? Chen Mingqi felt a little guilty. The brand name clothes, skirts, and handbags she was wearing were all fake and not worth much. If this were to be discovered, it would be a huge loss of face. Just when Chen Mingqi was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, the driver in the front row said, "Is there a supercar in Green Plaza?" Har har, isn't it just a supercar? I've been a driver for more than 20 years, and I've seen all kinds of supercars. Little girl, there's no need to make such a fuss. The driver disagreed. Although Mindu is still some distance away from super first-tier cities like Shanghai and Kyoto. But it is the capital city of a coastal province after all. There are still a lot of rich people. There are naturally quite a few supercars. The driver drives on the road every day and can see all kinds of super sports cars every day. He was already used to it and didn't make a fuss about it. Chen Mingqi said, "Uncle driver, the supercar I'm talking about is not an ordinary supercar. Have you heard of Bugatti? My fans told me that there is a Bugatti Veyron parked in the open-air parking lot of Green Plaza. It is the latest model of 2024. Supercars are not rare these days. Not to mention the big cities, there are quite a few of them even in some small 4th and 5th tier cities. However, supercars are also divided into different grades. There are some with 1 or 2 million. There are also those worth 5 or 6 million. There are also those with over 10 million. Can you say that these supercars are all of the same quality?" As the anchor, Chen Mingqi is very clear about how many fans a live broadcast of a tens of millions supercar can bring her. What's more, this 2024 Bugatti Veyron has a landing price of more than 50 million. There is only one such car in the entire Mindu. So, after learning that there was a supercar like this parked in Green Plaza, Chen Mingqi was afraid that if she arrived too late, the owner would drive away the car. Bugatti Veyron. When the driver heard that it was a Bugatti Veyron, his expression froze. "I have been driving for more than 20 years. I have only heard of him but never seen him in person. Were you being too pretentious just now?" Although he was shocked, the driver remained calm on the surface. "But my right foot quietly stepped on the accelerator. I also wanted to take a look at the Bugatti Veyron. Is this little anchor going for her own Bugatti?" Chen Hao looked at Chen Mingqi. "Should I tell her that this Bugatti is mine?" At this time, Chen Hao discovered that the speed of the taxi increased rapidly. He straightened his body and glanced at the speedometer on the steering wheel. Good job. The car speed has reached 90 miles per hour. This speed would not be a big deal on the highway, but it is in the city. Driving so fast in a busy area? Aren't you used to seeing supercars? Master, it's just a Bugatti, there's no need to get so excited, right? What Chen Hao means is that you can drive slower. I'm a little scared. As soon as Chen Hao said this, Chen Mingqi on the side immediately looked over. What do you mean it's just a Bugatti? So arrogant. Or is he ignorant and doesn't know what the word Bugatti means in the world of supercars? Chen Mingqi is currently broadcasting live. The fans in the live broadcast room naturally heard what Chen Hao just said.
One stone can cause 1,000 ripples.
The originally quiet live broadcast room immediately became lively.
Who was speaking just now? Why was he speaking so loudly?
I don't think it's out of arrogance, but ignorance. I swear on my friend's single life of 100 years that he definitely doesn't know the influence of Bugatti. I give this a 0 for being so pretentious. Mingqi, I want to see who is this person who can look down on Bugatti while sitting in a taxi. What the above person said is right. I am also curious about who this pretentious criminal is.
Mingqi, turn the camera around.
Curious +1. Chen Mingqi looked at Chen Hao. My fans in the live studio said they want to meet you, do you agree? If Chen Hao disagrees, Chen Mingqi will not be able to live broadcast Chen Hao. Agree.
Chen Hao smiled.
Anyway, there is still some time before the destination, and it would be boring to just sit there. Just to kill time. Only then did Chen Mingqi dare to point the camera at Chen Hao.
Hello.
Chen Hao greeted the people in the live broadcast room in a very calm and generous manner.
Oh my goodness, so handsome. Oh my god, is he the show-off from before?
How can he be so handsome?
Still very young.
Love it, love it.
Brother, my name is Mai Mai, please add me on WeChat.
Little brother, do you have a girlfriend?
Little brother, I'm from Mindu too. I want to meet you. Where are you?
Send me your location.
I'll treat you to a meal.
Looking at the content on the screen, Chen Mingqi was stunned. Why did the style of painting change suddenly?
Weren't the crowd excited before and wanted to denounce this pretentious person?
But what? Why do you call me little brother so affectionately?
What's worse, they even started asking for phone numbers. Can being handsome really mean you can do whatever you want?
Chen Mingqi also discovered a problem. With the appearance of Chen Hao, the popularity of the live broadcast room actually increased a bit. Originally, there were less than 100 people online. And now it has exceeded 100. It seems that these girls and aunts in the live broadcast room still like to watch young men. Then you should stay with him for a while longer, maybe you can get more interested. So, we started to interview Chen Hao.
Hello, little brother.
My name is Chen Mingqi. I'm a senior at Mindu University.
I'm a student and also a broadcaster.
Chen Mingqi smiled sweetly. Excuse me, did you also get the news about Bugatti and go to Green Plaza to observe it?
Chen Hao waved his hand. Watch.
It's not necessary to observe. I went there because my car was parked there and I went to drive it back. Chapter 10, Marrying his father and letting him call me mom every day. Chen Mingqi did not associate Chen Hao with Bugatti, and neither did the fans in the live broadcast room.
You know.
How could a tycoon who can afford a supercar worth tens of millions be so shabby as to take a taxi?
Hey, little brother also has a car.
Everyone, come on, guess what car this little brother owns.
I'll go first.
I guess it's a Mercedes. Why Mercedes-Benz and not BMW?
Cadillac is a possibility too.
Public.
BYD.
Honda.
Xiaopeng.
Phoenix brand. As soon as the Phoenix card came out, Chen Mingqi couldn't help but burst out laughing.
This fan is so funny. This is a bicycle, okay.
Along the way, Chen Hao interacted with Chen Mingqi and fans in the live broadcast room.
Time flies.
The taxi stopped outside the green square. Chen Mingqi, holding a selfie stick, couldn't wait to get out of the car.
I jogged into the parking lot.
As soon as we entered the parking lot, we saw a lot of people gathered in the central area of the parking lot. The 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside are all people. The aisle is small to begin with, and now the road is completely blocked. Chen Mingqi squeezed into the crowd. What caught my eye was a stunningly cool super sports car, lying there quietly like a sleeping beast. There are many anchors like Chen Mingqi around. There are at least a dozen.
Compared with the anchor, there are more pedestrians who stop to watch. Mostly young ladies. TSK, is this the legendary Bugatti?
Mingqi really didn't lie to us. It really is a Bugatti Veyron. I've heard of Bugatti for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen a video of Bugatti.
Mingqi is honest.
I give you a +10, just for your appreciation. Thank you, Mingqi, for letting me see the elegance of Bugatti.
Please accept my small gift.
On the screen, a rocket shot up into the sky.
Chen Mengyao was stunned. Rocket? That's $8,000. Mingqi, we want to take a closer look at the Bugatti, can you come closer? Start shooting from the front of the car and turn around.
Chen Mingqi naturally agreed to the fan's request. However, she didn't dare get too close to the Bugatti. If a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars were to be bumped or hit, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. So, I can only stay more than half a meter away from the car. According to everyone's request, I will start shooting from the front of the car.
Can you see it?
This is the car logo. Hey, wait a minute, we are taking pictures. Chen Mingqi was taking pictures enthusiastically. Then I heard a very discordant sound coming from the car door. It was a young couple who stopped Chen Hao. Originally, the young couple was taking photos. The girl was leaning against the car door, and even her pose was already ready. A person came over out of nowhere. Blocked the camera. The young couple suddenly became unhappy.
Dude, we'll be done soon.
Wait a minute. I'll finish filming and you can film later. Is that okay? The man and the young couple was quite polite. Obviously, they thought that Chen Hao was here to take photos just like them.
You guys take your own photos, leave me alone, I'm just going to put something in the car.
Chen Hao looked at them with a smile. Then he walked straight over. At the same time, he took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it gently. Beep. The car was successfully unlocked. At the same time, the surrounding headlights lit up. The two young lovers were stunned, and the people around them were also stunned. Is the owner of the car here? Is this young man the owner of the car?
Oh my god, the car is handsome, and the guy is handsome too. Chen Mingqi, who was filming, was stunned with shock.
He is the owner of the Bugatti. Wow, he told me before that he was here to pick up the car, why didn't I make the connection? Her live broadcast room was also in an uproar. Oh my god, this handsome guy is actually the owner of a Bugatti. I actually looked down on him and looked down on Bugatti before. I thought he was just pretending. Turns out the real clown is me.
Mingqi is so lucky, she actually met a super rich guy.
Mingqi, why are you standing there like an idiot?
Hurry up.
There will be no such store after this village.
Quick, soak him.
Such a handsome boy, why don't you take action quickly, are you stupid? Chen Hao had already placed his backpack on the passenger seat, but he did not get in the car. Instead, he looked at the young couple from before. I have put my things away. I won't disturb you anymore. You can continue filming. The young couple waved their hands and said, sorry, we didn't know this car was yours. We've already finished taking pictures. We won't take any more. Chen Hao smiled and said, really not filming anymore? The young couple nodded. Okay, see you later. Only then did Chen Hao get into the car, sit in the driver's seat, start the car and slowly drive away. The young couple smiled at each other. Just now, after learning that Chen Hao was the owner of the car, they were both shocked. Did I offend the super rich? Fortunately, it was a close call. Instead of arguing with him, the other party greeted him with a smile. Rich people are indeed close to people of the same level as the billionaires. The young couple couldn't help but sigh. On the other hand, facing the instigation of fans in the live broadcast room, Chen Mingqi hesitated. Do you want to go over and chat with her? Do you want to pick him up? It must be nice to have such a handsome and rich boyfriend, right? However, if I go over and chat with him, will he think that I am greedy, vain, and like rich people? Chen Mingqi felt very conflicted. But then I thought. I went to chat him up, not because I really wanted to hook up with him, I just wanted to take close-up photos of the Bugatti for my fans. Thinking of this, Chen Mingqi no longer hesitated. At this time, boom! The sound of the engine roaring like a wild beast came over. Then, under Chen Mingqi's gaze, Bugatti Veyron drives away. Gone. Did he just leave like that? You left without even saying goodbye. Chen Mingqi was very disappointed and hurt. I didn't even have the chance to seduce you, why did you leave? This scene fell into the eyes of the fans in the live broadcast room. Everyone was happy. Make a fuss. Har har har, so funny, the rich guy just left like that, he didn't even give you a chance. Mingqi, the rich man doesn't like you. I told you not to hesitate and to strike as soon as possible.
Now it's over, right?
The rich man ran away. Do you regret it?
Yeah, Mingqi, you won't be able to sleep tonight.
If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again, Mingqi. You must be regretting it now, right?
Poor.
Mingqi, as a person who has been through this, I have also suffered losses in this regard. Once, there was a handsome and rich young man in front of me, but I did not cherish him well, which made me regret for a whole year. A year later, I met him again and wanted to renew our relationship, but unfortunately, time had passed and he was already a married man. In a fit of rage, I married his father and made him call me mom every day. Sister said so much just to tell you that when the opportunity comes, you must seize it in time, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chapter 011 Big Star, Yang Mimi. Ding, it was checked that the host has completed the task of picking up the car and received the reward of 5 Mindu number 1 underground garages. This mission triggers a special reward, gaining Constitution plus 5. Just as Chen Hao drove the Bugatti out of the green parking lot. The system voice ringing in his head made Chen Hao extremely excited.
Mindu number 1 has 5 underground garages.
In a place like Mindu number 1 where every inch of land is valuable, a garage is worth at least millions. The total value of the 5 garages exceeds 5 million.
Delicious. I'm worried about having no place to park.
Whatever you want, you get it. And this Constitution plus 5. Chen Hao found that his strength seemed to have increased, but it was not very obvious. System, come out, let me ask, what is the physical fitness of a normal person? The system replied immediately, the average physical fitness of humans is 50. The lower the value, the weaker the physical fitness, and vice versa. Chen Hao asked again, how much do I have now? The system replied, you can open the system interface and see it yourself. You only need to silently say the system interface in your mind and it will open. Chen Hao tried to recite it silently. Sure enough, an interface appeared in my mind. Host, Chen Hao. Gender, male. Age, 22. Constitution, 65. Skills possessed, God-level driving skills. Chen Hao was delighted, 65? Isn't that higher than the average? Chen Hao still had another question, didn't he expect that there would be special rewards? But why didn't it happen after I completed the task last time? Query the system. The system told Chen Hao that this special reward was random. Sometimes. Sometimes not. Chen Hao was somewhat speechless. Can I understand that if you are happy, you can give it, and if you are not happy, you don't have to give it? System, you can understand it that way. Chen Hao, you are so cruel. Ding, mission released. Host, please park the Bugatti Veyron in the underground garage of Mindu number 1 within 24 hours. After completing the task, you will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Chen Hao was happy. Can I get a reward just for parking my car? And this 1 million reward, it comes at just the right time. Chen Hao is very poor now. Although he drives a luxury car worth tens of millions and lives in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, the cash in his bank account is less than 4 digits and he can't even afford to fill up his gas tank. Mindu number 1. Underground garage. Sorry, you can't park here now, please park somewhere else. An Alfa drove over. As usual, I parked in a parking space. This parking space originally had no owner and anyone could park there. But now that it has been sold, it is naturally impossible for other people to park there. The security guard came over and stopped the Alfa from parking in the space. Where is the parking space? Is there any on the -2nd or -3rd floor? The driver asked. The security guard shook his head, there are no vacant parking spaces. Where is Mindu number 1? All the people who live there are rich people. Who among these people doesn't he have a few cars at home? This also leads to the fact that parking spaces at Mindu number 1 are particularly tight. It's almost sold out. There is no parking space. What should we do now? Where do you want us to park the car? The driver was a little unhappy. You are tenants here, and there is no parking space prepared for you. I asked you to park here a few days ago because the parking space was temporarily vacant, but now that the parking space has been bought, you can no longer park. The security guard said, so, please leave now and don't interfere with my work. The driver became anxious and was about to say something. Someone stopped him. The back door of the car was pushed open, and a woman wearing sunglasses and with a fantastic figure walked out.
Hello, security brother. Aren't there 5 parking spaces here that are all empty?
Just stop my car. I won't stop for long, just 2 hours. I'll come back and take a nap. I have to go back to film later, so it won't take up too much time. If the car owner blames you, just say I parked the car. I'm Yang Mimi. As she spoke, the woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could captivate the whole city. Don't look at the fact that this woman is already in her 30s. But the years have not left many traces on her face. On the contrary, it has accumulated over the years. She exudes an irresistible mature charm. As a top figure in the industry, who doesn't he know Yang Mimi? The security guard naturally knew him too. His attitude softened a bit. So you are a big star. I am sorry, this is a private parking space, I can't make the decision, please leave.
Yang Mimi. I'm going to Bananas Yubara. I've already revealed my identity, and you won't even give me a little face. I, Yang Mimi, am also a person who cares about face.
At this moment, a low roaring sound like a wild beast came from far away. When everyone looked over, they saw a super sports car driving towards them at lightning speed. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It seems to be the legendary Bugatti. The 2 security guards were stunned. There are countless luxury cars and many supercars in this garage. But the Bugatti was the first. Even Yang Mimi was surprised. This brand of car was something she had rarely seen. The Bugatti stopped in front of the parking space with a click. Hello, please move aside, I need to stop the car. Chen Hao lowered the car window and stuck his head out. When the 2 security guards saw it was Chen Hao, they immediately made way. Just now, they received a call from their immediate superior, the property manager Luo Qingyan, telling them that these 5 parking spaces were bought by Chen Hao, who bought the king of the building. Chen Hao smiled and said, "These 5 parking spaces are all mine, right?" The security guard smiled and said, "Yes, Manager Luo told me that these are the 5 parking spaces." Chen Hao looked at the 5 parking spaces, which were connected together. Not bad, not bad. Very spacious. Parking horizontally or vertically is not a problem. Then he placed the parking space horizontally in the middle of the parking space. After getting off the car, Chen Hao casually threw 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes to the security guard. "Give them to the brothers." When the security guard saw it was Zhonghua, he couldn't stop smiling. More diligent. He patted his chest and assured Chen Hao that he would definitely take good care of his car and would not let anyone scratch it. "Hello, sir." Chen Hao was about to leave when Yang Mimi walked over quickly and called out to him. "Is it you, the big star Yang Mimi?" Chen Hao looked at her in surprise. When going out in the morning, Chen Hao met her in the elevator. It seemed like it was her, but it also seemed like it wasn't her. Uncertain. Chen Hao looked at Yang Mimi. Whether it's her figure or her face, you really can't tell that she was born in 1986 and is already nearly 40 years old. "It's you, Aunt Yang." Chen Hao smiled in surprise. Moses Chan, born in the 2000s. Even though it's just the beginning of the post-2000s generation, it's still the post-2000s generation. And what about Yang Mimi? Born in the 80s. The 2 are more than 10 years apart in age. It's not an exaggeration to call a person born in the 2000s auntie born in the 1980s, right? But these words from Aunt Yang directly broke down Yang Mimi's defense. "Aunt? Can this person chat? I should call you sister, do you understand? By the way, Aunt Yang, do you have something to talk to me about?" Chen Hao asked again. Yang Mimi felt like she was stabbed again by the other party and had an urge to bleed. Hold on. Hold on. Don't be angry. Being angry will give you wrinkles. It's like this: I came to Mindu to film a movie and temporarily stayed in Mindu number 1 community. Originally, my car was parked in this parking space. Yang Mimi pointed at Chen Hao's parking spaces and said, "But, this parking space is yours now, and there are no other parking spaces in the parking lot." Hearing this, Chen Hao understood. "Oh, I see, you want to park your car in my parking spaces." Yang Mimi nodded. Chen Hao grinned. "It's just a small matter, stop it. Helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. What's more, Chen Hao has 5 parking spaces and he can't use them all." Yang Mimi heaved a sigh of relief when she got Chen Hao's affirmative answer. If Chen Hao doesn't agree, then her car can only be parked on the road outside, which is too inconvenient to go in and out.
Chapter 012 Aunt Yan, do your feet really stink?
After the driver parked the car, Yang Mimi and Chen Hao walked into the elevator together. They live in the same building. Yang Mimi lives on the 12th floor and Chen Hao lives on the top floor. When Yang Mimi saw that Chen Hao pressed the button for the 30th floor, she was shocked again. Although she is not the owner here. The house at Mindu No. 1 was rented to her temporarily by the crew while they were filming a movie here. But how come she doesn't know the status of Mindu No. 1 in Mindu?
This is comparable to Magic City No. 1.
The top floor of this building is the king of buildings here. Being able to buy the best floor plan in Mindu No. 1 is definitely a symbol of status. The car he drives is a Bugatti, which is rarely seen even in Shanghai and Kyoto, and the house he lives in is a building worth hundreds of millions.
Although the clothes are simple and low-key. But it can't hide the aura of nobility. Whose son is this?
No matter which family the young master is from, try to make friends with him if you can.
There's no harm in that. Do you know why Yang Mimi became a top star?
How did you become Boss Yang? This has to do with her efforts. It has more to do with her love of making friends. Of course, the so-called friends here are not ordinary people. There is no way she would waste her time on ordinary people for no reason. She associates with rich and powerful people.
And these people are commonly known as connections.
As for the financial resources that Chen Hao has demonstrated so far, they have far exceeded Yang Mimi's standards for making friends. Such a wealthy person is worth making friends with. Who knows, he might be useful to you someday. Afterwards, Yang Mimi took the initiative to ask for Chen Hao's WeChat and mobile phone number. After chatting for a while, the elevator reached the 12th floor.
Chen Hao smiled and waved goodbye. Aunt Yan, goodbye.
Yang Mimi stumbled as she walked out of the elevator and almost fell.
Aunt Yan? Am I really that old?
Yang Mimi returned to her room, and the nanny had already prepared lunch.
Beep beep beep.
There is a notification sound for incoming WeChat messages. Yang Mimi took out her cell phone from her handbag and laughed immediately after seeing who sent the message.
We just broke up, and you're so impatient to send me a message. So impatient.
Yang Mimi felt a little proud. Click on it. The specific content of the message sent by Chen Hao was, Aunt Yan, actually, I have been following you for a long time, and you are my favorite female star. When I was in college, your pictures were all over my phone screen. Seeing this, Yang Mimi felt even more proud.
Is this a confession to myself?
Little brat, even if you confess, I will never agree to you.
Don't think you are handsome.
Second message. I have always had a question that I want to ask you. I hope you can answer. Yang Mimi smiled and thought, what question?
Are you asking me what my impression of you is?
Yang Mimi replied with a message, tell me what your question is.
I will tell you everything I know.
Chen Hao first sent a shy expression. The following is, this question has troubled not only me for many years, but also my college roommates for many years. I believe that your countless fans also want to know the answer. I hope you can solve the puzzle. Yang Mimi thought. Troubled for years. That's definitely not asking about my impression of him.
What would that be?
She became even more curious. Chen Hao continued to send a message. This problem is known as a difficult and complicated problem, and an eternal mystery on the internet. That is, do your feet really stink? Yang Mimi has a nickname, Yang Stinky Feet. This nickname can't be groundless. Does this woman who looks so glamorous really have smelly feet? Chen Hao is really curious. Looking at the message on the phone screen, Yang Mimi's eyes widened. Ask this kind of question.
I'm going to bananas you bara.
Yang Mimi, who was furious, just sent one word, get out. Chen Hao watched this message disappear, feeling somewhat disappointed. We were having a nice chat just now. Why are you angry? Chen Hao summed up an experience. This woman has a bad temper and is not suitable to be a wife. Soon, it was lunchtime. Let us go downstairs to eat first. Next to Mindu No. 1 is the commercial district, where there is a Yeater Plaza. There are a lot of delicious food there. And there are many brand stores. The 1 million yuan reward from the system has already been received. Now that Chen Hao has 1 million yuan in cash, it's time to change these tattered clothes he's wearing. Because it was not far, Chen Hao walked over. Xiang Xi got out of a DD car while talking on the phone with her bestie. Are you asking me if I passed the interview? I don't know either. They told me to wait for notification. I don't know if I can be admitted. But let me tell you, you've suffered a great loss by not coming today. The new chairman of Xingmengyuan is very handsome and young. If you see him, you will definitely be unable to walk. It's just that it's a bit lewd. He actually asked me to do the splits right in front of him. Of course I did it. Otherwise I would have been eliminated from the interview. Okay, I'm at Eder Plaza now. I'll talk to you in detail when we meet another day. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Xi hadn't taken 2 steps when she saw a BMW X3 parked on the side of the road in front of her. The driver's window was rolled down. Call. A can of Red Bull was thrown out. Then another garbage bag was thrown out. Throwing garbage everywhere, does this person have any sense of public morality? Xiang Xi walked over quickly, picked up the garbage bag and the Red Bull can on the ground and threw them into the car. Fuck you. The person in the car was immediately annoyed and opened the door to get out. But who knows? Just as he opened the door, with a bang, the car door was kicked back and then closed again. Chen Hao walked over, glared at him through the car window, and warned, "What, do you still want to hit someone? Chairman, is that you?" Xiang Xi looked at Chen Hao in surprise, wondering why he was here. "I live nearby and just happened to be passing by." Chen Hao smiled. Xiang Xi was still dressed the same as she was during the previous interview, with a short skirt and high heels. Flesh-colored stockings. Super sexy. As soon as Chen Hao saw her, the scene of her dancing Suwei unconsciously emerged in his mind. Oh my god, that scene. Inside the car window was a shirtless middle-aged man. He got even angrier when he saw his beloved car got kicked. Just push the door and get out. Damn it, you kicked my car, did you want to? Before the shirtless young man could even utter the word death, he swallowed the rest of his words. Behind Chen Hao, there were 2 burly men. At least 1.9 meters tall. When the fierce eyes glared at him, the young man immediately became timid. Do you always bring bodyguards with you when you go out? Whose young master is this, looking for girls? I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. The young man thought that if a fight broke out, he would be beaten to a pulp, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. He got into the car immediately and quickly fled. Brother Li, Brother Wang. Thank you. The 2 burly men behind Chen Hao are security guards of Mindu No. 1. They were the 2 people who were in the underground parking lot earlier. They came to Eder Plaza to eat after get off work at noon. Chen Hao also came here to eat, and since it was on his way, he decided to go together. Boss Chen, you're welcome. We didn't help at all. If you need anything in the future, just tell us, brothers. We won't bother you anymore, we're leaving. After saying that, the 2 security guards turned around and left. Before leaving, they deliberately glanced at Xiang Xi a few times and thought to themselves, it's great to be rich, and all the girls are so pretty. I really envy him. Chapter 013 The only criterion for judging whether a man is lustful. Brother Wang, Brother Li, wait for me. Chen Hao stopped the 2 security guards who were about to leave and asked them to wait for a while. Then he went to the tobacco and liquor store not far away. These 2 had helped so much, so he had to express his gratitude. While Chen Hao was buying cigarettes, Xiang Xi immediately sent a message to her best friend. Photo. These 2 photos are the ones she took secretly of Chen Hao just now. As soon as the photo was posted, her bestie responded in seconds, oh my god, is he really that handsome? Xi, are you sure you didn't turn on the beauty filter to the maximum when you took the photo? Xiang Xi, there is no beauty filter, and he is completely without makeup. I am not lying to you, this is the new chairman of Xingmengyuan company that I mentioned earlier. I met him again on the street. Xiang Xi felt that typing was too slow. Just send a voice message. I briefly recounted what had just happened, and finally asked, Xiaohui, what do you think I should do now? Xiaohui also sent a voice message, are you stupid? Why are you asking such a question? These days, handsome guys come from poor families. The one with the money in his family is ugly. Your boss is handsome, rich, and most importantly, has a strong sense of justice. He is even rarer than the national treasure giant panda, okay? You finally came across him, but you don't seize the opportunity. Are you stupid?
Xiang Sai, but he is very lustful. He asked me to sui when we first met. Xiao Hui, then tell me, is there any man in the world who is not lustful?
Do you know how I judge which men are lustful and which are not lustful?
Xiang Sai, how would I know?
Xiao Hui, my only criterion for judging whether a man is lustful is to see if he is dead.
As long as he is still breathing, he is fucking lustful.
Xiang Sai burst out laughing.
Isn't Xiao Hui's imagination too extreme? Is it true that there are really no upright gentlemen in this world? What are you laughing at, so happy?
At this time, Chen Hao came over.
Hearing their voice, Xiang Sai, feeling guilty, immediately put her phone behind her and said, "Oh, nothing, my friend just sent me a joke." Chen Hao didn't say anything else.
I gave the 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes I bought to Brother Wang and Brother Li, as well as 2 bottles of Maotai, 1 for each.
Mr. Chen, you are too polite, aren't you? Brother Wang and Brother Li were shocked.
2 thin cigarettes of Zhonghua cost about 1,500 yuan.
2 bottles of Maotai are even more expensive. Their base price is 7,000. In other words, every time Chen Hao makes a move, he gets nearly 10,000. Don't be polite, we are all friends.
The word friend really made the 2 of them feel flattered.
Did they meet a noble person?
Then they patted their chests and promised Chen Hao that they could ask him for anything in the future.
And? Don't call me Mr. Chen anymore, just call me Brother Hao.
Xiang Sai came to Yida Plaza and had originally made an appointment to have dinner with a few friends.
But after talking with Xiao Hui, changed my mind.
Friends can get together at any time, but it will probably be difficult to have the opportunity to be alone with Chen Hao again.
Gotta seize the opportunity.
So, she immediately invited Chen Hao to dinner on the grounds that he had just helped her.
Chen Hao readily agreed. He was out to eat anyway, and he would definitely enjoy the meal better with a beautiful woman by his side. We had authentic Fujian and new snacks for lunch.
Chen Hao ordered flat meat dumplings from Eastern Fujian, oyster omelette from Southern Fujian, and steamed buns from Shawu, Northern Fujian.
Xiang Sai ordered Fujian-style taro dumplings, fried potato balls, and Fujian-style fish balls. Phew! I'm so full. Mr. Chen, you rarely eat this kind of snacks normally, right?
I can't afford to treat you to a big meal, so I can only treat you to some snacks like this.
You must be not used to eating this.
After coming out of the store, Xiang Sai bought 2 more cups of milk tea and handed one to Chen Hao.
Who said I'm not used to it?
Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, for me in the past, a meal like today would definitely be considered a luxury.
What Chen Hao said was not a lie. I just started my internship and the salary is very low. The guaranteed salary is 2,000.
The commission is only 2 to 3,000 yuan each month.
The total salary is only about 4 or 5,000.
After deducting the monthly rent of 1,500 yuan, how much will be left?
A month ago, Chen Hao still had a girlfriend.
Most of the money has to be spent on girlfriends.
And the meal we had today was just snacks. But all in all, it would take at least 70 or 80 years. For Chen Hao in the past, it was definitely a luxurious meal.
Xiang Sai didn't believe this.
Luxury? Are you kidding me? You are a big boss, and you spend dozens of dollars on a meal. Do you think it is a luxury? Is he giving me a way out? When Xiang Sai was about to say something, his expression suddenly became unnatural. At the direction of the stairs, a young man holding flowers in his hands, wearing a suit and glasses, and looking very learned, walked over. After recognizing that it was him, Xiang Sai immediately hid behind Chen Hao, praying in her heart, "Don't see me, don't see me." Unfortunately, it was too late for Xiang Sai to hide at this time. The man walked straight over. "Sai, I finally found you. This flower is for you." The young man handed over the rose in his hand. Xiang Sai was speechless. Whatever you fear will come true. Why is this guy haunting us? And how did he know I was here? Xiang Sai subconsciously glanced at Chen Hao a few times. Would he misunderstand that there was something going on between her and Jiang Wangjun? Chen Hao's expression did not change at all, he just looked at the excitement. Xiang Sai did not take his roses. "Jiang Wangjun, why are you giving me flowers for no reason?" "Sai, I like you, marry me." At this time, Jiang Wangjun suddenly knelt down on one knee. "Sai, I love you. See. This is the key to my new BMW. This is the property deed. I have already bought a house, with a down payment of 2 million. Jiang Wangjun, who was kneeling on the ground, took out the house deed from his pocket as if by magic, as well as a set of BMW car keys that most people would envy. Chapter 014. Are you as handsome as him? Are you as rich as him? Jiang Wangjun's kneeling made Xiang Xiai lose control of herself and she was at a loss what to do. He looked at Chen Hao again. I thought to myself, there is nothing going on between him and me, please don't misunderstand me. Then, he immediately said to Jiang Wangjun, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Xiai, marry me. I formally propose to you. Jiang Wangjun first placed the flowers and the house deed on the ground, and then took out an exquisite small gift box from his trouser pocket. The box is opened. Inside was a sparkling diamond ring. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Wangjun held the diamond ring in front of her. Xiai, this ring cost me 1 month's salary, a full 100,000 yuan, I hope you like it. His voice just fell. 2 young ladies appeared beside him at some point, holding fireworks. With 2 bangs, fireworks shot up into the sky. Then it floated down. The atmosphere is full of romance. Marry him. Marry him. After the 2 young ladies set off the fireworks, they started to make a noise. Zhang Qian, Xiao Wei, you guys. Xiang Xiai not only knew these 2 young ladies who were making trouble, but also had a good relationship with them. She came here to have lunch at the invitation of the 2 of them. Now she understood. Eating is just a cover. The main purpose was to create an opportunity for Jiang Wangjun to propose. Xiang Xiai was still wondering why Jiang Wangjun knew that she came to Yider Plaza. So they were the ones who betrayed themselves. Someone proposed. Proposing in public, isn't this something that only appears on TV? It's interesting, let's go and take a look. Soon, a lot of people gathered around. The guy who proposed to me looks very nice. He looks very gentle with his glasses. He has a house and a car, but it's not a cheap car. Not everyone can afford a BMW. Didn't you just hear him say that his monthly salary is 100,000? Wow, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. It's rare to get such a high salary, let alone in Mindu, even in Modu or Kyoto. A true social elite. This little girl is so lucky that she met such a good guy. If my daughter had such an outstanding guy propose to her, I would wake up with a smile in my dreams. This little girl is not bad, she's pretty, has a nice figure, and a round, perky butt. She must be good at giving birth. Based on my experience of having given birth to 3 children, I can tell at a glance that this girl has such a round and perky butt that it's definitely a boy. The man with the glasses proposing to me has pretty good taste. But why do I feel that this girl is not interested in the guy with glasses who proposed to her? Instead, she is more interested in the boy next to her. The aunt's words immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers. Only then did everyone turn their attention to Chen Hao. My goodness, this guy is so handsome. You are superficial. What's the point of being handsome these days? Can it be eaten? Can it be exchanged for firewood, rice, oil, and salt? These days, it's all about money. Look at what this guy is wearing, and then look at what the guy who's kneeling down to propose is wearing. You can tell who's better, right? This girl wouldn't really choose the handsome guy over the guy with glasses proposing to her, right? What do you think this little girl will choose? If it were me, I would definitely choose the guy who proposed. I don't want to suffer with that guy. I think the same as you. What no one expected at this time was that Xiang Xiai did something that surprised everyone. Suddenly, she hugged Chen Hao's arm and leaned her whole body against him. Chen Hao was frightened by her action and instinctively wanted to retract his arm. Think about it. This woman must be using herself as a shield. So she held him. Xiang Xiai looked at Jiang Wangjun solemnly. Jiang Wangjun, please get up. I will not agree to your proposal. And I tell you, this is my boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore. In one sentence, Jiang Wangjun almost vomited blood. Boyfriend? Why haven't I heard of it before? Xiang Xiai was seen hugging Chen Hao's arm again, with her body pressed towards him. The plump front headlights were somewhat deformed due to the strong squeezing. I really want to enjoy it to my heart's content. What is the feeling of oppression brought by the headlights of a girl in flesh-colored stockings? He became even angrier. Sai, are you mistaken? What's so good about him? He's just a poor boy. How can he bring you happiness? Didn't you say you wanted to live the life of a rich wife? I'm not even 30 years old yet, but my annual salary after tax is already over $1 million. If you marry me, I can give you the happiness you want. If you follow him, you'll only have plain food and simple meals for the rest of your life. Xiang Xi rolled her eyes immediately. Is he a poor boy? Don't you know that he is the boss of Xingmengyu and Company? Want me to choose you? Do you think I, Xiang Xi, am stupid? Are you as handsome as him? Are you as tall as him? Are you younger than him? Do you live as freely as he does? Do you have as much money as him? How can you compare to him? I would be stupid to choose you. Of course, Xiang Xi didn't say this out loud. No longer paying attention to him, brother Chen Hao, ignore him, let's go. Look. Everyone started calling me brother. Although he knew it was acting, Chen Hao still enjoyed her calling him that. Jiang Wangjun was even more unhappy. No longer kneeling. He stood up and stretched out his hand to block Chen Hao and Xiang Xi. Jiang Wangjun stared at Chen Hao, his eyes almost spitting fire. It would be difficult for any man to accept that the woman he had pursued for 3 years fell into the arms of another man. He just couldn't understand. Why did Xiang Xi choose him? Isn't he just a little more handsome and taller than me? What's so great about that? Have you achieved as much as I do? I've only been graduated for 2 years, but my annual salary is already 1 million. Can you compare to that? Hello, Mr. Chen. Unexpectedly, a voice came from nearby. Everyone turned around and saw a heart-throbbingly beautiful young woman walking towards them. She was wearing black stockings. Beige mini-skirt. The hem of her white shirt was tucked into her short skirt. The shirt was slightly pinched at the waist, which brought out her slender waist. It also makes her already majestic headlights even fuller. If she were my girlfriend, I would be willing to break my ribs to make soup for her. Someone couldn't help but groan in his heart. Even Xiang Xi's attention was attracted. The first time I saw her, I felt my eyes brightened. What a beautiful sister. At this time, Xiang Xi discovered that Chen Hao's eyes were actually on the young woman's legs, and he seemed to be quite interested. Then she glanced down at her thighs. She is wearing flesh-colored stockings. And the young woman is wearing black stockings. Could it be that Chen Hao prefers black stockings? Chapter 015 My goddess is about to become impure. When Xiang Xi saw Luo Qingyan, she felt as if her eyes brightened. Isn't it the same when Luo Qingyan met Xiang Xi? Such a tall and slender beauty, who looks stunning even with just a little makeup, is extremely rare even for her. She had already walked in front of Chen Hao, with a sweet smile. Mr. Chen, I was just about to look for you. Chen Hao looked at her with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Luo Qingyan nodded. When I went to your house yesterday, there was one thing I forgot to tell you, which is about the property fee. Of course I know that you definitely don't need this little bit of property fees. But it's better to tell me in advance. The property fee for your house is 20 yuan per square meter, and your house is 1,600 square meters in total, so the monthly property fee is 32,000 yuan. We will collect it at your door on the 1st of every month. Of course, if you don't want door-to-door collection to bother you, you can also transfer it to our designated account. If you trust me, you can just transfer it to me. As the property manager of Mindu No. 1, Luo Qingyan needed to explain some things about the property fees to Chen Hao. As soon as she said this, the people around her were instantly in an uproar. What kind of house costs 20 yuan per square meter in property fees? 32,000 a month. Funny, right? Generally speaking, in some ordinary communities, property fees are less than 2 yuan. The higher-end ones only cost 3 to 5 yuan per square meter. Looking at the entire Mindu, there are only a handful of communities where property fees exceed 10 yuan per square meter. Not to mention 20 yuan per square meter. Isn't the price in the neighboring Mindu No. 1 community only 15 yuan per square meter? Har har har. Funny, really funny. Jiang Wangjun suddenly burst into laughter. Moses-chan, right. The actors you found don't have good acting skills. Go and find out if there are any communities in Mindu that charge 20 yuan per square meter for property management fees. Even the property fee of Mindu No. 1 next door is only 15 yuan per square meter.
If you want to act in a play in the future, please understand the script first.
Luo Qingyan frowned her delicate brows. It's terrible to be uneducated. He said calmly, you're half right.
The property fee for most houses in Mindu number 1 is 15 yuan per square meter.
Except for the Luo.
When he heard the word king of buildings, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
This guy bought the best building.
In the eyes of these ordinary people, the properties in Mindu number 1 are out of reach.
Not to mention the king of buildings inside.
No way, this guy dressed so ordinary is actually the owner of Mindu number 1. What's even more frightening is that he bought the king of the building.
Have we all been wrong before?
We all thought he was poor, but we didn't expect he was so rich that we can only look up to him. Could it be that the rich second generation nowadays all like to dress so low-key when traveling? As the owner of Mindu number 1, he is the owner of the highest priced building. His status is definitely extraordinary.
Now I know why this girl chose this handsome boy instead of the man who proposed to her.
If it were me, I would choose the boy without hesitation. I used to think that men who propose marriage have an advantage, but now it seems that there is no comparison. Anyone who is not a fool would not choose a man who proposes to you, right? Faced with the constant discussions around him, Chen Hao felt helpless.
I just came out to have lunch. Is it so difficult to keep a low profile?
Then, Chen Hao took out his mobile phone and transferred 320,000 yuan to Luo Qingyan. I have transferred the property management fee for 10 months. Please check it. Luo Qingyan has already received the bank text message regarding the deposit.
Mr. Chen, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend from shopping.
Goodbye. After Luo Qingyan left, Xiang Sai couldn't wait to ask, Boss Chen, you live in Mindu Epin? And you bought the best apartment there?
Chen Hao nodded, yes, what's wrong?
Xiang Sai's eyes brightened instantly. I heard that the houses there are extremely expensive. I'm curious how much a square meter of house there costs. Chen Hao told the truth. The one just now was the property manager of Mindu number 1. She told me yesterday that my house is 250,000 per square meter.
Xiang Sai's eyes widened. What?
250,000 per square meter. 250,000 per square meter, a total of 1,600 square meters. How much is it in total? Xiang Sai immediately counted on her fingers.
Not counting, I don't know. I was shocked when I did the calculation. 400 million? 400 million to buy an apartment. It's simply inhumane, isn't it? This is even higher than the total market value of Xingmengyuan Company?
Xiang Sai was frightened.
It seems that I underestimated his financial resources before. Rich, wealthy, and handsome, isn't he this exactly the type of guy Xiang Sai, like?
Thinking of this, she hugged Chen Hao's arm even tighter. Feeling the amazing elasticity on his arm, Chen Hao turned his head to look at Xiang Sai. At this moment, she was hugging Chen Hao's arm like a little bird.
Interesting. Chen Hao smiled. When Chen Hao looked over, she blushed a little.
But, although she blushed, she refused to even think of letting go of Chen Hao's hand.
400 million?
I can't make that much money in my entire life. I just don't know what a house worth 400 million yuan looks like. Is it as magnificent as the legend says?
Chen Hao smiled and said, it's not that magnificent because my house is not gilded.
However, I do have a sky swimming pool at home.
Are you interested in swimming with me? It's not far, just one street away from here, just a few steps away.
When Jiang Wangjun heard this, his eyes widened instantly.
Invite my goddess home. Still going swimming? Wouldn't that mean I have to wear a swimsuit made of as little fabric as possible?
So funny.
Do you think she will agree? My goddess is a very self-loving person, okay?
Jiang Wangjun no longer had the intention of competing with Chen Hao. He really did not have the confidence or the strength to compete with the owner of Mindu number 1 for a woman. But, based on his understanding of Xiang Sai,
it's impossible for her to just go home with someone like that.
We are all adults. Who still doesn't he know what the real purpose of an invitation home is?
Xiang Sai is not that stupid.
But what?
Xiang Sai accepted it without even thinking about it. Wow, a sky pool.
I've never swam in a sky pool before.
I really want to experience what it's like to swim in a sky pool. Jiang Wangjun's eyes widened instantly. What? Did Xiang Sai agree to go home with him? Don't you know that going home with him is a very dangerous thing? Finished. My goddess is about to become impure. Chapter 016 Double Happiness. Ding, mission released. Please spend more than 500,000 on Xiong Ci within 24 hours. After completing the task, you will receive 1 billion Chinese currency. What? 1 billion? Oh my goodness. When he heard this number, Chen Hao was really shocked. 1 billion. It's still cash. Just ask yourself, what is it like to have a company full of beautiful women, drive supercars worth 50 million, live in mansions worth 400 million, and have 1 billion in cash lying around? This life can now be completely laid back. Only after leaving Jiang Wanjuan's site did Xiong Ci let go of Chen Hao's hand. Mr. Chen, thank you so much for what I did just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to refuse him. There's actually nothing going on between him and me. He was my senior. He started pestering me when I was a freshman and kept pestering me for 2 years. Then he graduated and I thought I could finally get rid of him. What's the result? Not only did I fail to get rid of it, but I got worse. Either he blocked me at the school gate, or bribed my friends to provide him with my whereabouts. I'm so annoyed. Brother Chen Hao, please don't misunderstand me. There's nothing between him and me. Chen Hao smiled in his heart. Is this woman so afraid that I will misunderstand her? Is she trying to pick me up? But come to think of it, whether it's appearance or wealth, how many people can rival her? The point is that damn charm. When you obtain the system, the novice gift package adds 20 points of charm. This is what makes it most attractive to the opposite sex. However, Chen Hao knew. If you want to take her down, the conditions are not yet right, you need to add fuel to the fire. Chen Hao remained calm, then pointed to a specialty store in front and said, since you treated me to lunch at noon, I will give you a gift as well. What are you giving me? Xiong Ci looked in the direction where Chen Hao's finger was pointing. Louis Vuitton. LV. Oh my god, he is going to give me LV. Xiong Ci's eyes brightened when she saw this. In this world, there are few girls who can resist the temptation of LV. No, I just treated you to a few dozen yuan worth of snacks at noon, and you want to give me an LV? No way. Xiong Ci finally refused. Any random bag costs tens of thousands. Too expensive. She can't have it. Chen Hao thought, you refuse. If you refuse, how can I spend 500,000 on you? For 1 billion. You have to buy it. It's not worth much. Let's go. Stop wasting time. Xiong Ci? Not worth much money. That's right. For a rich man like you whose house is worth hundreds of millions, a few LV bags are really not worth much money. All right. Xiong Ci nodded. At the same time, he hugged Chen Hao's arm again. Because he hugged so hard, the pair of proud headlights were completely crushed in Chen Hao's arms. Soft and gentle. Incredibly stretchy. This made Chen Hao enjoy the amazing elasticity of the girl who did the splits, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Hello, sir, welcome to LV. As soon as Chen Hao and Xiong Ci walked in, a waitress in a flesh-colored short skirt came towards them and bowed politely. Chen Hao said to Xiong Ci, you can take your pick from the items in this store. If you like anything, tell me. The waiter was immediately shocked, just pick whatever you want. Are you so rich? Which family does this young master come from? Why are you talking so wildly? Then her smile became even brighter. Brother Chen Hao, you are so good to me. Xiong Ci was excited. Brother Chen Hao, I'll go pick it then. Chen Hao smiled and said, go ahead. Xiong Ci followed the salesgirl to the counter to make her selection, while Chen Hao browsed around casually. These bags are marked on the shelf, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Of course, the upper limit of LV's products is not just hundreds of thousands, but millions or even tens of millions. However, products of that value would never be displayed. Those are only open to qualified old customers. Beep beep beep. Chen Hao's phone rang. I found out it was Secretary Su who called. Pick up the phone. Secretary Su's coquettish voice came, Boss, are you free tonight? As soon as he heard her voice, Chen Hao couldn't help but think of Sister Jiling. What a fucking witch. Whether you are free or not depends on what you want to see me about. If you want to talk to me alone, I'm sure I'm free. Chen Hao said jokingly. Sumoyan chuckled, this time I really am not asking you out alone. Chen Hao, is there really a light bulb here? Then I have no interest at all. Sumoyan, Mr. Chen, are you really not interested? The one with me is a young lady. Not only does she have a hot body, but her looks are also amazing, not inferior to mine. Are you really not coming? Young women, riding on the clouds. Chen Hao immediately became interested. Doesn't that mean there are two beauties? Double the joy. This has to go. Chen Hao, this is the situation. I happen to have time in the evening. Tell me the time and place. Sumoran rolled his eyes immediately, as expected. When he heard there was a beautiful woman, this guy would definitely show up. 6 o'clock in the evening, Mindu Hotel. See you there. After saying that, Sumoran hung up the phone. Double happiness. Chen Hao smiled, and after hanging up the phone, he saw Xiang Xiai holding a handbag, seemingly unable to let it go. I like it very much. Miss, you have a really good taste. This one is the newest model in our store. It's still a limited sale. We only sell 10 per month in this store. If you come later, they will definitely be out of stock. Look at this bag, it suits your temperament very well. The salesgirl is very eloquent and she keeps talking non-stop. In fact, even if the salesgirl doesn't introduce it. Xiang Xiai also wants to buy this one. But when she saw the price on the tag, she was immediately shocked. 300,000. Oh my goodness. She was so scared that she immediately returned the bag to the salesgirl. It's too expensive. Saleswoman, this is the only one we have. Please pack it for me. Chen Hao walked over, looked at the price on the tag, and found that it was only 300,000. Still 200,000 short. Then, he pointed to a bag next to him and said, pack that one for me too. Chen Hao had seen it before. Xiang Xiai had stayed in front of this bag for a long time, but finally gave up because of the price. She likes both bags. One is 300,000 and the other is 150,000. The salesgirl was very happy as she sold 2 bags at once. Grab both bags immediately. Xiang Xiai was frightened. Brother Chen Hao, these 2 bags are too expensive. I can't accept them. Xiang Xiai thought to herself, if I accept it, will he misunderstand me as a vain gold digger? If I was really misunderstood. It is not conducive to future development. But Chen Hao was a little depressed. The 2 bags together only cost 450,000, and he was still short of 50,000. Chapter 017 Take. But, it's only 50,000, enough to buy anything in such a big mall. Mr. Chen, it's really too expensive. I can't accept it. Xiang Xiai said again. Although she liked him very much, she knew she had to refuse at this time. How can you accept such an expensive gift from someone the first time? If he misunderstands me as a gold digger, I'm doomed. But Chen Hao refused to give in. Saleswoman, please help me pack it up. Joke. How can I spend money on you if you don't want it? The salesgirl smiled brightly. He is handsome, but his moves are also very powerful. I like such straightforward guests the most. It's such a blessing to be her girlfriend. I also want to have a boyfriend who is so generous and generous. Chen Hao paid the bill and spent a total of 450,000 yuan. Still 50,000 away from 500,000. Walking out of the LV store, Xiang Xiai couldn't suppress her joy. Brother Chen Hao, you are so nice. Xiang Xiai took the initiative to hug Chen Hao's arm. Looks very intimate. He also gave Chen Hao some special benefits, and a pair of chewy fingers pressed on Chen Hao's arms. Good bounce. Chen Hao really enjoys this feeling. The two walked side by side. The man is handsome and tall. The woman is pretty, with fair skin and beautiful looks. Wherever he went, he attracted many envious glances. Afterwards, Chen Hao took her to Prader's store and bought 2 sets of clothes at once. The total consumption was 67,000 yuan. Just after Chen Hao had finished paying, the system voice in his head rang. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a cash reward of 1 billion yuan. Hearing this, Chen Hao's face lit up with joy. 1 billion. Now you can lie down completely. Excited. Excited. 20 minutes later, Mindu number 1.
As soon as Xiang Xi entered Chen Hao's house, she was shocked by the luxurious decoration and extravagant layout of the room. The first floor is 800 square meters. The second floor is 1,600 square meters. Can you imagine how big this house is? There are two in the living room alone. A main living room, 300 square meters. A secondary living room, 100 square meters. There are even more rooms. All the furniture inside are world-class luxury brands, even the curtains must cost tens of thousands, right? Is there really a sky pool? When Chen Hao brought Xiang Xi to the second floor, they saw the swimming pool in the sky and instantly showed excitement. This is more than 200 square meters, right? Chen Hao smiled and said, it should be more than 300 square meters. The water has been disinfected and is very clean. Xiang Xi nodded. You can tell by looking at the water quality. In the past, she would rather swim in the sea than swim in a public swimming pool. Why? Because dirty. You read that right, it's dirty. Once, a special research institute collected water samples from 31 swimming pools for analysis. The result is that on average each 25-meter swimming pool contains urine from 180 people. Think about it. Is it still clean? Let me ask you a question here. Who among you who has gone to a public swimming pool has not urinated in the pool? Therefore, Xiang Xi never goes swimming in public swimming pools. But what about here? There is no such trouble. I want to go in the water. I want to swim. I'm going to have a good swim and take some videos to make them jealous. Xiang Xi couldn't wait to get into the water. But then she remembered a very serious problem. No swimsuit. When they were at the mall, Chen Hao told her that there was a swimming pool at home, so Xiang Xi planned to buy a swimsuit. Result. After buying an LV bag and some clothes, I forgot about buying a swimsuit. How to swim without a swimsuit? At this moment, a bang sound suddenly came from the side. Countless splashes of water. It was Chen Hao who jumped into the water. Didn't you say you wanted to swim? Why aren't you coming down yet? Chen Hao put his body into the water, with his head exposed, looking at Xiang Xi on the shore. I want to go swimming too, but I forgot to buy a swimsuit. Xiang Xi seemed a little anxious. I thought it was some big deal. Chen Hao laughed and said, isn't it just a swimsuit? Look, don't I have one too? As he said this, Chen Hao walked out of the water. Xiang Xi then noticed that Chen Hao was actually not wearing anything at this time. When did he take off all his clothes? You rascal! His face immediately turned red. My little heart was beating wildly. Shy. He turned around quickly, not daring to look at Chen Hao. Chen Hao walked out of the water and hugged her gently from behind. He whispered in her ear, do you want to experience what it feels like to swim without a swimsuit like I am doing now? Xiang Xi bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Making quick decisions in my mind. She knew exactly what was going to happen next. But after thinking for a while, Xiang Xi let down all her guard. They are all adults. How could she not know why Chen Hao spent so much money on her? The point is, I accepted it. So he nodded. Think. Her voice was very soft, like the buzz of a mosquito, but Chen Hao still heard it. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Done. Then, Xiang Xi turned her back and slowly took off her clothes until she was in the same state as Chen Hao. I really can't control it anymore. Chen Hao immediately picked her up in a princess hug. Brother Hao, where are you going? Room. Aren't you swimming? Put swimming aside for now. There are more important things to do now. Brother Hao, you are so bad. 2 hours later. Chen Hao sat up and leaned against the bed. Xiang Xi, with blushing cheeks, lay beside him. See Chen Hao sitting up. She also sat up and snuggled into Chen Hao's chest. Looking at the lovely girl in his arms and the blush left on the bed sheet, Chen Hao was a little surprised that this was actually a virgin for this woman. Chen Hao picked up a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the bedside table and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Xiang Xi immediately took the lighter from the bedside table and lit it for Chen Hao. Oh, so sensible. If Chen Hao remembered correctly, this was the first time in his life that such a beautiful woman lit a cigarette for him. This feels really good. Thinking about myself a few days ago, I was still penniless. Still at the bottom of society, girlfriend despises cheating, work is not going well.
But what about now? He has a mansion, a luxury car, and savings. A school beauty like Xiang Xi would never even look at me before. Now what? He lay obediently in his bed. Chen Hao knew that this was the charm brought by money. Someone once said that 99% of the problems in this world can be solved with money. The remaining 1% will cost more money. This is a bit extreme. Chen Hao didn't believe it completely either. But there is some truth to it. Otherwise, how could it be possible to win over a super beauty like Xiang Xi in just one day? Chapter 018 Big breasts and no brains, long hair and little knowledge. Are you still swimming now? Chen Hao first put out the cigarette, then lifted Xiang Xi's chin with his right hand. Even now, her face is still extremely flushed. White with a hint of pink, pure and charming. Xiang Xi shook her head vigorously. Swimming? I don't have the energy to swim now. Chen Hao smiled indifferently. You have no strength left. Xiang Xi smiled bitterly. It's all your fault. Then she grabbed the phone on the bedside table, checked the time, and said, It's been 2 hours. You don't know how to be gentle with women at all. It still hurts now. How can I swim if I can't even walk? Xiang Xi's coquettish look is so adorable. If you can't walk anymore, then don't leave. Just stay tonight. Xiang Xi shook her head again. Not tonight. A teacher is sick and in the hospital. I told the students that we should go visit her tonight. If I am absent, my classmates will stab me in the back. If it was something else, Xiang Xi would have pushed it away. Things like visiting a sick teacher. If you turn it down, it's difficult to explain to my classmates. What time do you guys have an appointment tonight? Let's meet at the school gate at 5:30, and then we'll go to the hospital. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Chen Hao smiled mischievously and said, Then there's still time. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. Chen Hao also has to keep an appointment with Secretary Su at 6 o'clock. Double the happiness, why not go? However, it is still early. Chen Hao hugged Xiang Xi. Her body smelled very fragrant, soft and tender. With such a lovely girl in his arms, Chen Hao was ready to move again. Xiang Xi understood what Chen Hao meant immediately. You're coming again? No. I can't do it anymore. It still hurts. Brother Hao, can you please forgive me? Some other day, I'll come find you some other day. As she spoke, Xiang Xi deliberately leaned over to Chen Hao's ear and said mysteriously, Next time, I'll wear black stockings. Hearing this, Chen Hao's eyes widened. Black stockings? This is possible. At 5:15, Chen Hao and Xiang Xi came down from upstairs, planning to send her to school first, and then go to their double happiness appointment. Arrived at the parking lot. Is this your car? OMG. This car is actually yours. When Xiang Xi saw Chen Hao's Bugatti, her eyes immediately brightened up and she quickly ran over to touch the car body. There is no girl who won tea like this crazy and cool look. Why, have you seen this car? Xiang Xi looked excited and nodded. I saw it in a short video shot by a classmate in our school. You have no idea how popular this car became in our school after that video came out. Everyone is wondering, who is the person who can own a supercar of this level? Everyone is very curious about your identity. Chen Hao hugged her waist and sniffed the fragrance emanating from her body. Were you also very curious? Xiang Xi nodded. Of course I'm curious. By the way, how much did you buy this car for? This car was given by the system. Chen Hao really has no idea how much it is. I inquired the system, and the system informed me that based on the current price, if taxes, insurance and so on are taken into account, the landing price would exceed 50 million. And when Chen Hao told Xiang Xi the figure of 50 million, Xiang Xi was so surprised that her lips trembled. 50 million. 50 million for one car. A tire costs more than $1 million, doesn't it? Quite a number of people work hard their entire lives and still can't afford a tire. It's totally inhumane. Chen Hao put his arm around her waist and said, Don't sigh anymore. Come on, try sitting on it. I'll let you feel the charm of Bugatti. Aha! Xiang Xi nodded excitedly. This is a red supercar, the Ferrari 488. The selling price is as high as 3.55 million. Sitting in the passenger seat was a very pretty lady, her long legs intertwined under flesh-colored stockings.
In the cab was a young man. The young man put one hand on the car window and the other hand on the beautiful woman's flesh-colored thigh, caressing it. He was driving a luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan, with a long-legged beauty sitting in the passenger seat. This is the life of a superior person. Comfortable. Comfortable. Traffic light ahead. Ferrari 488 stop. At this moment, with a bang, a low sound like the roar of a wild beast came from behind. Then it stopped next to the Ferrari with a click. And Ferrari lined up on the sidewalk. Can't you see my Ferrari is here? Don't you know how to be more low-key? You think my Ferrari doesn't exist? Are you here to compete in driving skills? The Ferrari man felt provoked and wanted to see who was making such a loud noise. When he turned around and recognized the car, his eyes widened instantly. His lips were trembling. Bu. 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 Gotti? Oh my goodness. It's Bugatti? The Ferrari man instantly lost his temper. At this time, he noticed Xiang Xi sitting in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Damn it. It's superb. Then he turned to look at the long-legged beauty sitting in his passenger seat. This beauty is one in a million, but how can she compare to Xiang Xi? Oh my god. It's like heaven and earth. The Ferrari man suddenly felt that the beauty in the passenger seat was no longer attractive. And at this time, the red light turned green. The Bugatti has already left, but the Ferrari is still there. The beautiful lady in the passenger seat didn't understand. Why aren't you driving yet? What are you waiting for? The Ferrari man rolled his eyes at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat and said, I'm afraid I'll get hit or scratched, and I can't afford the compensation. Do you know what car that just passed by was? The beauty said with disdain, looking at the shape, it should be a sports car, but I haven't seen the logo before, it must be a no-name brand, it's not as cool as your Ferrari, I still prefer crying in the passenger seat of a Ferrari, rather than laughing in his car. The Ferrari man had the urge to kick her out of the car. Big breasts mean no brains, long hair means little knowledge, and being uneducated is so fucking terrible. He yelled, you're insulting the car I consider a masterpiece. Do you know how much this car costs? I'm telling you, the land price is no less than 50 million. I'm not even worthy of carrying his shoes with this Ferrari for 88. When the beautiful lady in the passenger seat heard this, she was shocked. Good job. 50 million? Then I'd rather sit in his passenger seat and laugh. The Ferrari man then remembered something. Yesterday, young Master Rui had said in the group that if anyone saw this Bugatti, he should be notified immediately. Take out your cell phone and make a call. Hey, Master Rui, I saw that Bugatti, it's heading towards the university town in the south of the city. The other party excitedly said, fuck, the university town is so big, where exactly is it? The Ferrari man smiled bitterly, how the hell should I know where he was going? I just saw him on the road. Young Master Rui, fuck, follow him. I also want to see who this guy is who drives a car that's even more awesome than mine in Mindu. Don't lose him. I'll be there soon. Chapter 019, sit tight, I'm about to start. The place where the Bugatti finally stopped was the entrance of a residential community 200 meters away from Mindu University. This community is mainly used for rental. Most of the tenants are students from the university town, and Xiang Xi rents here. She is a model. Also a student. Is this the place? Chen Hao parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled Xiang Xi's seatbelt, and was about to get out of the car when Chen Hao's voice came, what's wrong? Are you leaving just like that? Xiang Xi understood what Chen Hao meant immediately, and immediately hugged Chen Hao and gave him a sweet kiss. With the appearance of Bugatti, it is impossible for its cool appearance not to attract the attention of people around. What kind of car is this? Looks cool. Oh my god, isn't this the Bugatti that the senior student in the video yesterday? How did it appear here? Photograph. Photograph. Most of the people living here are students from the university town. Because it is closest to Mindu University, most of the students there are from Mindu University. While they were busy taking photos and recording videos. Snap. The passenger door opened. A beautiful woman wearing flesh-colored stockings, a short skirt and high heels walked down from the passenger seat. The LV and Prada words on the gift bag in her hand were so damn conspicuous. Someone recognized her immediately. Isn't this Xiang Xi, a junior in the art department? School beauty Xiang Xi.
Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Why did she get out of the supercar? Do you even need to ask? The man driving the supercar must be her boyfriend. I didn't expect that she would find such a rich boyfriend. Sure enough, the school beauty's final lover is still a rich second-generation man. Xiang Xi completely ignored the discussions and quickened her pace back to her rental house. It was almost time for her appointment with her classmates. She needed to put the things she bought into the dormitory as soon as possible and then go meet up with them. After Xiang Xi left, Chen Hao slowly started the car, then accelerated, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. As Chen Hao's Bugatti left, the roars of two supercars were heard one after another. Then it clicked twice and stopped at the entrance of the community. Wow, two more supercars are here. I recognize this red one, it's a Ferrari 488, it costs more than 3 million, and the other one is even more amazing, it's a Ferrari LaFerrari, it costs up to 30 million. Nah, 30 million. I can't afford it even if I don't eat or drink for my whole life. Although this LaFerrari is awesome, it's still a little different from the Bugatti we just saw. The one we just saw was a 2024 Bugatti Veyron, and its landing price is at least 50 million. When the 50 million was mentioned, the people around him gasped. It's his first time as a human being too, so why can he be so extravagant and inhumane? At this time, a young man came down from Ruffa. He was wearing a plaid shirt with the third button on his chest deliberately unbuttoned to reveal a little bit of his chest. He thought it would be cooler this way. Where's the car? What about Bugatti? Young Master Rui looked around but didn't see any Bugatti, so he asked the people around him, "Hey, classmate, have you seen a Bugatti?" I drove off, heading in that direction, and there was an intersection ahead, so I didn't know which way to go. The passerby pointed to the road on the right and said, "Damn it. He got away again." Young Master Rui spat out a mouthful of saliva, very unwilling. Yesterday, when he heard that a 2024 Bugatti Veyron appeared in Green Plaza, he immediately rushed over. What's the result? By the time he arrived, the Bugatti had already driven away. Today. Damn, you're late again. Chen Hao didn't know that he had been targeted. He looked at the time. It was only 5:30, and there was still some time before the agreed time of 6 o'clock, so he simply slowed down. When passing Xingfu Road, I met an acquaintance on the street. Yiqian. Isn't this Sister Yiqian? Wow, you're dressed so beautifully tonight. Today she was wearing a tight black dress, which perfectly brought out her curvy figure. Her slender waist can be held in one hand, her perky hips have charming curves, and every step she takes sways gracefully, exuding a fatal attraction. You are dressed so sexy, do you have a boyfriend? Are you going on a date? With a click, the Bugatti stopped in front of Yiqian. Chen Hao lowered the car window and stuck his head out. Hello, Sister Yiqian, you are wearing something so sexy, are you going on a date with your boyfriend? Yiqian looked at Chen Hao in the car with surprise. Xiao Hao, why are you driving this kind of car? Yiqian didn't know what kind of car this was. But just looking at the shape of the car, you can tell that it must be extremely expensive. Based on Yiqian's understanding of Chen Hao, he definitely does not have the financial resources to buy such an expensive car. That's why I was so surprised to see Chen Hao driving this car. Chen Hao confessed, I bought it. I got rich recently, so I bought a car like this for fun. Yiqian didn't believe this. A month ago, he was still worried about living expenses, but just 1 month later he had enough money to buy a supercar. You're kidding. Oh, I see. You are working as a driver for your boss at Zhengmengyuan Company, right? This car belongs to your boss, right? Chen Hao was speechless. I told the truth, why don't you believe it? If you don't believe it, forget it. Chen Hao did not bother to explain and extended an invitation. How about it? Do you want to experience what it feels like to sit in the passenger seat of a 50 million supercar? Yiqian was stunned. 50 million? Oh my goodness. I guessed that this car would be expensive, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. The new boss of Zhengmengyuan Company is so rich. However, I don't know what he looks like. I don't know if he is an old man or a young and handsome guy. Yiqian went to keep a date. The time is 6 o'clock. Considering that it is now the rush hour after get off work, it is difficult to wait for a taxi. If I am late, I have finally asked Secretary Su to make an appointment with the boss of Zhengmengyuan. If I make him wait for me, the contract will probably be ruined. Chen didn't hesitate and sat in the passenger seat. When she got in the car, she suddenly thought of a question. Xiao Hao, this is your boss's car. I sat in the passenger seat without your boss's consent. If he knew, would he be unhappy? Would he blame you? Some big bosses are misophobic. No stranger is allowed to sit in the passenger seat without permission. If his boss had such a misophobia, Chen decided to get off the car and take a taxi there so as not to cause trouble for Chen Hao. Chen Hao grinned and said, "Who cares if he's happy or not? As long as you and I are happy, that's all. Hold on tight. Fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to start my journey, looking so handsome." Chapter 020 Double Happiness, are you one of them? Puff. This one sentence made Chen laugh. How come this guy has become so shameless after not seeing him for a month? How can you praise yourself? But what about it? To be honest, this guy is now more handsome than those movie stars. Sister Chen, you look so beautiful when you smile. Chen Hao said sincerely. In terms of appearance alone, Chen is the most beautiful among all the women Chen Hao knows. Xiang Xi is a bit weaker than her. If Xiang Xi's appearance is 95 points, then she is at least 97 points. However, Chen Hao didn't think she could reach 97 points before. Mainly because she is a traditional woman and tends to dress conservatively. Chen Hao feels that she must have a good figure. But it's just a feeling. Since I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can't make a conclusion. But the tight dress she wore today perfectly brought out her figure. The damn exaggerated curves, coupled with her young and mature style, were simply tempting people to commit a crime. You were always so conservative before, why are you wearing something so bold today? You must be going to meet your boyfriend, right? Chen Hao is also quite curious about her boyfriend. Stop talking and drive your car. Chen rolled her eyes at Chen Hao. When did this boy become so smooth talking that he even dared to tease me, his sister? Chen Hao just chuckled. By the way, you are dressed so sexy and beautiful today, you must be going to meet your boyfriend. I never heard that you have a boyfriend before, when did you find one? Who told you I was going to meet my boyfriend? I'm still single, okay? Chen took out a makeup mirror from her handbag to check if her makeup was smudged. Seeing that her lipstick had faded a little, she reapplied it. She looked so serious. If she wasn't going to meet her boyfriend, then who would she be going to meet? You don't have a boyfriend yet. Is that a blind date? That's right, Sister Chen, you're already quite old. If you don't go on a blind date, you're going to become a leftover woman. Chen got angry and said, "What do you mean by old? I am not even 30 years old, how can I be considered old? How can I be considered a leftover woman?" Snort. Chen Hao knew Chen was not really angry. You are not going to meet your boyfriend, nor are you going to meet your blind date. I really can't think of anyone who is worthy of you dressing up so sexy and beautiful. I'm going to see your boss. Chen said, "Isn't there a new boss in your company? This morning he increased the advertising fee from 6 million to 20 million. I've always wanted to thank him, but I can't see him in person. I contacted Secretary Su. Secretary Su helped me make an appointment with the boss of your company. Let's have dinner together tonight." Chen Hao widened his eyes. Double the joy. So the other person is you? Are you the young woman who is no less beautiful than her that Secretary Su mentioned? But even if you're going to meet our boss, you don't have to dress so sexy, right? For a normal business interaction, you should just dress more formally. I thought so before. Chen sighed. Secretary Su told me that the new boss is not only young and handsome, but also good in every way, but he is a little bit lustful. So, he asked me to dress sexy so that it would be easier to talk about work. Mr. Su, are you saying this about me behind my back? Am I lustful? This question is worth Chen Hao's deep consideration. It seems that she is right. But, knowing that the new boss is a pervert, you still dress like this, isn't that like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Chen shook her head. Don't be afraid, Secretary Su also said that the guy has the desire but not the courage. What if he wants to do something bad to me, I have this. As she spoke, Chen took something out of her handbag. Chen Hao took a look, anti-wolf spray. All right. A large dose though. If you get sprayed with this, your eyes will be blinded. Xiao Hao, you are driving for the new boss after all, so you must have had a lot of contact with him. So how much do you know about him? Tell me about it. You asked the right person this question. No one in the world knows him better than me. Chen burst out laughing again. This brat has not only become slick, but also so shameless. Then I will briefly talk about him. First, you said he was lustful, but that's not entirely correct. I can tell you responsibly that there is no man who is not lustful as long as he is alive. As the old saying goes, men become bad only when they have money. This is pure nonsense. It's not that people become bad only when they have money, they are bad even when they don't have money. It's just that due to various reasons, such as low self-esteem or the fact that they can't afford the cost of cheating, they don't dare to act on it. Secondly, he is not without the guts to do it. The courage of lust varies from person to person. As long as it's not consensual, he will never use force. Third, he is so handsome that it angers the heavens and the people, so handsome that it shocks the heavens and the earth, so handsome that he has no friends. What's more, he is still young and has a sense of humor. Fourthly, he is very rich now. He drives a supercar worth tens of millions, lives in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, has billions of dollars in funds in his credit card, and has a company full of beautiful women. Once Chen Hao starts talking, he never stops. Chen stopped him immediately. If she didn't stop him, who knows how long she would continue praising him. Stop. I asked you to talk about your boss, not to whitewash him. There's no need to tell me whether he's lustful or not, and there's even less need to tell me that he has lustful thoughts but no guts. I don't care whether he is handsome or not. I just want to ask you, how much salary did he pay you for you to praise him like this? Chen Hao said seriously, I am not exaggerating. What I said is all true, because I know him best in the world. Chen didn't believe it. He just bought your company a few days ago. Even if you are his driver, you have only met him a few times. What do you know about him? Okay, it's useless to ask you. I'm going to meet him soon anyway. I'll learn more about it slowly by myself later. Interesting. Chen Hao was happy, but I wonder what your reaction will be when you find out that I am the new boss. Looking forward to it. At this time, Chen's cell phone rang. The caller ID showed it was her father. Her father told her on the phone that the hospital had found a bone marrow suitable for her grandmother. As long as the 300,000 yuan is paid, the bone marrow transplant surgery can be performed immediately. Dad, don't worry. The money has been secured. I just signed a big contract with a commission of 600,000 yuan. I will ask the company to advance the money to me right away. Chen, you have to move faster. The hospital said that if the money is not paid by tomorrow, the bone marrow will be given to someone else. This is your grandma's last chance. Chen nodded. She knew that bone marrow could not wait for anyone and there were too many people who needed it. After hanging up the phone, Chen immediately called the company's finance department, hoping that she could advance the commission to her first. According to the company's regulations, the commission will be paid together with the salary in the next month. If it was a small amount of money, because of the relationship between Chen and the financial director would transfer it to her, but the commission was 600,000, and the financial director had no say in the matter. Chen, don't worry. The general manager has gone abroad, and the deputy general manager is in charge now. As long as he nods, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Okay, I'll go find the vice president right away. Chen immediately called the vice president again. However, when she explained the purpose of using the money, the vice president told her a piece of news that she could not accept. Chapter 21 I am the new boss of Xingmengyuan. Xiao Hao, drop me off at the next intersection. I need to go back to the company. After hanging up the phone, Chen's face looked strange. His face turned livid. The anger reached its peak. Damn Vice President Zhu, how dare you steal my money? Just now, Chen called Vice President Zhu, hoping to get an advance on the commission money. What's the result? Vice President Zhu said directly. When it comes to negotiating the business of Xingmengyuan Company, it's not just yours. What this means is that this commission cannot be shared with you alone. Chen got furious on the spot. I worked very hard on public relations for a month. Finally got the order from Xingmengyuan, but do you want to have a piece of the pie? Want to give 30% of the commission to Mina? Because the first person who talked to Xingmengyuan was Mina, Vice President Zhu said, if it weren't for Mina's previous preparation, Chen,
you wouldn't even be able to enter Xingmengyuan. Bar. Why should I share the money I worked so hard to earn with her?
Betting. I'm laying the groundwork. I managed the company that you couldn't manage, and now you want to give me 30%. Dream on.
My money is not something that anyone can take away.
As an aunt, am I easy to bully?
The more Chen thought about it, the angrier she became.
I didn't eat dinner either.
He immediately called Secretary Su and told her that he had something urgent to do and could not go that night.
What's your boss temper like? Will he be angry if I break the appointment?
Chen also has such concerns.
She had a date with that guy today, but he just ran away. Anyone would be very angry, right? He won't be angry.
Chen Hao grinned. Don't think he is narrow-minded just because he is handsome and young.
He is very magnanimous.
As the saying goes, a prime minister can hold a boat in his stomach, which refers to his magnanimity, so.
Stop.
Chen immediately stopped Chen Hao. If she didn't stop him, who knew how long he would continue to brag? Chen discovered a problem. That is, whenever Chen Hao praises the new boss of Xingmengyuan, he always talks endlessly and wants to give all the praise to him.
Do you admire him so much?
Stop the car in front and let me out.
I'll take you there. That's not good. Aren't you going to pick up your boss? Will he be angry if you're late? Don't worry about him, your business is more important.
Half an hour later, Chen Hao and Chen arrived at Fujian Advertising Company. The car stopped on the side of the road.
Xiao Hao, thank you.
Drive the car back quickly and don't keep your boss waiting too long.
Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Go in.
I'll wait for you here.
That's fine.
Chen left. She came out about 15 minutes after she left.
I saw her eyes were red and swollen. With a droopy face. Lend me your shoulder to lean on. Sister, I want to cry.
Before Chen Hao could react to what was happening, Chen came over and threw herself into his arms.
Holding Chen Hao. Her head rested on his shoulder. Woo woo woo.
Chen actually cried.
Sister Chen, what's going on? What happened just now? Were you bullied by Zhu?
Seeing Chen crying like that, it was obvious that she was being bullied. This made Chen Hao quite unhappy.
Chen Hao doesn't have many friends.
Chen is one of them. How could I see her being bullied and just ignore it? That Zhu guy just won't give me any money.
He also told me to get lost. And he said he was going to fire me.
Wow, my grandma is still in the hospital, and the bone marrow has been successfully matched.
Just waiting to pay the money and then have the surgery.
As a result, this bastard Zhu did this to me on purpose. Hearing this, Chen Hao was really angry.
Even the life-saving money is withheld. Son of a bastard.
Sister Chen, don't worry, I will get the money back for you. Chen Hao gently hugged Chen from behind. Patted her on the back.
Can you get it back?
Chen stopped crying and looked up at Chen Hao.
Chen Hao nodded. Of course, it's a small matter.
If you don't want it back, it's up to you. If it were another company, Chen Hao would have no solution.
Is this a prosperous advertisement?
Hey. When I signed the contract, I had something in reserve. Of course, if I want to come back, what should I do? Promise me one thing. Chen thought to herself, if I can get the money back, I would agree to do 10 things, not just one.
Nodding, okay, what are you talking about?
Keep it secret for now. I'll tell you when things are resolved.
Wait a moment, I'll make a call first.
Chen Hao made a phone call. The call was to Secretary Su. After the call was connected, Chen Hao walked aside and chatted for a while.
Soon.
The call ended. Chen Hao walked back. Chen looked at Chen Hao doubtfully. Is it done now? Chen Hao smiled. That's about it, just wait. Chen glared. Can it be done with just one phone call? Why am I so unconvinced? Less than 5 minutes later, 2 people rushed out of the company in a hurry.
A man and a woman.
The man was bald, about 1.6 meters tall, and weighed over 200 kilograms.
White and clean.
Like a pig. He is the vice president of Fujian Company. The person who ran out with him was a young woman in her 30s. Wearing black stockings and a short skirt.
Sexy is really sexy.
She is a salesperson in the company.
She is also Vice President Zhu's mistress. I plan to share our Yi Qian's commission with her. Yi Qian, it's my fault, it's all my fault. Everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. I have already notified the finance department of the 600,000 yuan commission and they are processing it for you. It will be credited to your account soon. Vice President Zhu was sweating profusely, and he was very humble, but he still put on a smile. He was completely different from the person he was just a dozen minutes ago. Yi Qian was stunned immediately. What's wrong with him? Do you feel guilty? Impossible. This guy's conscience has been eaten by dogs a long time ago. How could he still have a conscience? Ding dong. This is the notification tone of a text message on your phone. Yi Qian took out her cell phone and took a look. His eyes widened immediately, a deposit of 650,000 yuan in total. Good job. It's arrived, and there's an extra 50,000. Yi Qian, this extra 50,000 is your bonus. You helped the company negotiate such a big deal, and the company is giving you a reward. Vice President Zhu's smile is uglier than his crying. Yi Qian was completely confused. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Why did Vice President Zhu, who was so arrogant before, become like a grandson in the blink of an eye? Why? Yi Qian looked at Chen Hao. She had just seen him make a phone call. Who did you call just now? How on earth did you do that? Chen Hao grinned and said, I told Secretary Su that the company that connects with us must be you, otherwise we will immediately terminate all business with Fujian Company. Tell me, does Vice President Zhu still support you? Does he still dare to fire you? Yi Qian was surprised and asked, why does Secretary Su listen to you so much? Why does everything you say count? Chen Hao looked at Yi Qian. At this point, Chen Hao had no intention of hiding anything. To tell you the truth, I am actually the new boss of Xingmeng Yuan. Chapter 022 Bet, help me overcome my fear of the dark. Chen Hao thought that if he told the truth, Yi Qian would be shocked and then look at him with admiration. But what a surprise! Fart worship. The woman didn't believe it at all. Her delicate hand touched Chen Hao's forehead and said in a teaching tone, Chen Hao, how come you have become like this after only 1 month of not seeing you? Even though bragging is not taxable, it's not the right way to brag. Is it so glorious to flatter yourself? Chen Hao was anxious. How can I flatter myself? I am just telling the truth. Yi Qian rolled her eyes immediately. Facts are bullshit. You are not a rich second generation. Where did you get the money to buy Xingmengyuan? Do you know how much Xingmengyuan is worth? Your family grows fruits. Even if you sell the whole mountain, it won't be able to exchange for a fraction of Xingmeng Yuan, right? Chen Hao was speechless. I was telling the truth, why didn't she believe it? Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. At this time, Yi Qian suddenly approached Chen Hao and whispered mysteriously, actually, I have already guessed that you are in love with Secretary Su, right? Otherwise, I really can't imagine why she listens to you so much. Chen Hao was speechless. You said you were in love with him. You have a very rich imagination. Then why didn't you say that I was kept by him? Yi Qian slapped her thigh and said in surprise, yes, this is possible. You are so handsome now, I want to support you, but it's a pity that I don't have the ability. There's a chance of that happening. Chen Hao said helplessly, okay, the problem is solved, you can go now. Who said the matter is resolved? Wait a minute. Yi Qian turned around and looked at Vice President Zhu. Vice President, thank you for your care over the past few years. I regret it forever. By the way, when the general manager comes back someday, please say goodbye to her for me. After saying that, Yi Qian turned around and prepared to leave. When Vice President Zhu heard this, he became anxious. Yi Qian, what's going on? Are you going to quit? How can this be possible? If you quit, Xingmengyuan's business will be over. Once Xingmengyuan's business went bankrupt, the company's operations became a problem. If the general manager knew about this, his position as deputy general manager would be over. Yi Qian, didn't I give you all the commission? Why are you still leaving? Vice President Zhu stopped Yi Qian. Yi Qian looked at him with interest. Vice President Zhu, you are a forgetful person. Earlier, you said you would fire me, and I have already been fired by you. All right. We will never meet again. Bye-bye. After saying that,
Ri Chen pulled Chen Hao over and got into the Bugatti in the midst of the extremely depressed Vice President Zhu and the stunned eyes of his mistress, who was wearing sexy clothes and had not said a word just now. Hey hey. Comfortable. After the car started, Ri Chen felt much more relaxed. I used to be bullied by this guy every day. Today he finally got defeated. I feel so happy. After fastening my seat belt, I stretched comfortably. It was okay for her to stretch, but it made Chen Hao instantly become passionate. What she wore today was quite tight. It is a tight-fitting one-piece dress. The safety belt passes between the two peaks, making the already towering peaks appear even taller. And at this moment she stretched lazily. This time. All right. Can't stand it, can't stand it. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cool. After Ri Chen stretched, she saw Chen Hao unbuckle the seat belt he had just fastened. What's even more strange is that he pushed the door open and got out of the car. What's even more strange is that when he walks, he keeps his legs together and hunches his body, a bit like a shrimp. Xiao Hao, where are you going? Ri Chen said from behind. She was very curious, what happened to Chen Hao? Judging from the direction Chen Hao was going, it seemed like he was going to the toilet. Is it because of the urgency of peeing? When Chen Hao returned to the car, Ri Chen was answering the phone. General Manager Ouyang, yes, it's either him or me, it's either me or him. Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I have been displeased with him for a long time. You should know what kind of person he is. Today, he so blatantly deducted my commission. Fortunately, Mengyuan helped me, so he suffered a loss. What about next time? If he gets the chance, he will definitely beat me to death. So, you can ask me to come back to the company if you want. Fire him. As long as he is in the company, I, Ri Chen, will never set foot in Fujian company. Okay, General Manager Ouyang, that's it. I have something else to do. After saying that, Ri Chen hung up the phone. As Chen Hao started the car, he said, Are you threatening General Manager Ouyang to fire Vice President Zhu? Ri Chen said nonchalantly, It is indeed a threat, but what can I do? That Zhu guy is a complete villain. If I don't kill him this time, he will kill me next time. That's how the workplace works. If we don't make enemies, we will live in peace and not interfere with each other. But once an enemy is formed, that means a fight to the death. Ri Chen and Vice President Zhu had such a quarrel, and she knew very well that if Vice President Zhu was still in the company, she would definitely not have a good ending in the future. So, he must be taken away. Then you're not worried that General Manager Ouyang will keep the Deputy General Manager and fire you. Ri Chen turned her head and looked out the window and said calmly, I am holding an order of 20 million from your company. The company has already had a funding gap, and is counting on this 20 million to survive. As long as General Manager Ouyang's head is not caught in the door, he will not fire me. By the way, speaking of this matter, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I would have lost my job, not to mention the $600,000 commission. Chen Hao lowered the car window to let the outside air in. Compared to air conditioning, Chen Hao still prefers natural wind. Forget about the thank you. Do you remember the condition you promised me before? Ri Chen nodded. Ri Chen, I'm not a villain who will destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Of course I remember it. Tell me, what are the conditions? Before, the two had a bet. Now Chen Hao wins. Chen Hao stopped the car on the side of the road with a click. Actually, I have always had a wish. Since the first time I saw you, Sister Chen, I had an idea. Ri Chen immediately asked cautiously, You haven't always had a crush on me, have you? Are you going to confess to me now? Chen Hao, don't interrupt me, let me finish what I'm saying. Ri Chen immediately covered her mouth and stopped talking. If he really confessed to me. So what should I do? That's right. I have been afraid of the dark since I was a child. So what? I hope, Sister Chen, you can wear black stockings to help me overcome my fear of the dark. Chapter 023 Ri Chen is willing to admit defeat, isn't he at just wearing black stockings? Wear black stockings. Overcoming fear? Overcome the devil. You big pervert. How could Ri Chen not see Chen Hao's little trick? Okay. He has become so powerful that he even dares to tease me. Take my punch.
Chen clenched her fist and punched Chen Hao. Chen Hao was hit on the forehead. Pain. What's wrong? Do you want to change your mind? Chen Hao rubbed his aching head. Is this woman really going to hit me? Who said I wanted to change my mind? I, Chen, always do what I say. Chen thought for a moment and said, It's not impossible for me to wear black stockings for you to see, but unfortunately, I'm really sorry, I don't have the habit of carrying black stockings with me. This is what Chen meant. It's not that I don't keep my promise, it's just that I don't have the conditions right now. I don't even have black stockings, how can I wear them for you to see? Chen was secretly feeling proud, but soon she couldn't laugh anymore. Then, Chen Hao picked up a small packaging bag from under his feet as if performing a magic trick. When Chen Hao spread out the contents of the bag, they were exposed to Chen's sight. Chen was completely dumbfounded. Black stockings. Grey silk. Hollow, grid. Awesome. With letters. Various models are available. When did you buy it? Chen asked in surprise. Isn't there a Balenciaga store next to Fujian Company? I bought a few when I went to the restroom just now. When Chen Hao came back just now, Chen was on the phone. I didn't notice that Chen Hao was holding a bag in his hand. Chen asked again, when you ran out with your body bent. Chen Hao smiled and nodded. You planned this. Stop talking nonsense and start your performance. Chen was silent for a while. Okay, wear it if you want. What's the big deal? It's just black stockings, right? Chen was carrying a bag filled with black stockings. Then get off. Went to a large shopping mall nearby. When Chen Hao saw that Chen actually put it on, he was instantly excited. To be honest, Chen Hao just wanted to give it a try. I never thought she would wear it. What's the result? This woman is really trustworthy. After that, Chen Hao began to wait. This wait lasted half an hour. Chen is back. Sit back in the passenger seat. Where's the black silk? Nothing on. Chen Hao was puzzled. This woman looked the same when she came back as she did when she went out. Just as Chen Hao was wondering, Chen slowly pulled the hem of her skirt. She is wearing a tight long skirt today. The hem of her skirt almost reached his heels. When she pulled up the hem of her skirt a little, her calves were immediately exposed. How is it? Does it look good? Chen held back her laughter. Pants in silk. I'll go. I'm already wearing it, why are you still looking at it? Seeing Chen Hao's frustrated look, Chen couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Har har har, I kept my promise. It's just that you never said that you can't wear silk in your pants. Moses-chan. I circle you and give you a cross. Fraud. Big liar. But? It seems that they didn't say before that you can't wear silk lining in your pants. Chen laughed so hard that she almost fell forward. My stomach hurt from laughing so hard. You little brat, are you trying to play tricks on me, your sister? You are still young. At this moment, the low sound of a car engine suddenly came from far away. Then, with a click, the car stopped next to Chen Hao's Bugatti. Fuck, I finally caught you. Bugatti. A 2024 Bugatti. It's a sports car. The styling is also super cool and awesome. As soon as the supercar stopped, a young man rushed out of the driver's seat. Cool, really cool. This is the legendary Bugatti Veyron, a 2024 model. It's much cooler than my Ferrari Monza SP. For sports car enthusiasts, Bugatti is definitely their favorite. This car is not something you can buy just because you have money. Because the output is too small. In short supply. You have to queue up to buy. Young Master Rui dreams of buying a Bugatti. What a pity. It has always been out of stock. He even thought about buying a second-hand one, but in the end, no one was willing to sell it. As far as he knows. The total number of Bugatti models in China does not exceed 5. Not the Bugatti Veyron. Rather, there are less than 5 Bugatti models in total. Oh my goodness, a Bugatti is a Bugatti. Hey buddy, let me introduce myself. I'm Sachu Rui. After carefully observing the Bugatti, Sachu Rui came to the driver's seat. Bend over. Looking at Chen Hao in the driver's seat. This look. Good job. Is this guy so handsome? Sichu Rui, who had never been convinced by anyone when it came to handsomeness, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Chen Hao again. The car is handsome, and the guy is handsome too. What's more, when he noticed Ri Chen in the passenger seat. I have to be good. Young woman. This woman is so hot. There was also a beautiful woman sitting on the passenger seat of Sichu Rui. A mature woman in her 30s. This Sichu Rui has a hobby. When it comes to picking up girls, I definitely don't pick up girls under the age of 30. What little girl, little sister? None of them are his cup of tea. This guy just happens to prefer older young women between 30 and 40. The woman in the passenger seat was about 35 years old. In his words, women of this age not only have skills, but also a special charm. Hello, my name is Chen Hao. What's up? Chen Hao took a look at his car. Chen Hao recognized the car logo, it was a Ferrari. As for which model it was, Chen Hao didn't know. However, judging from the shape of this car, it should be worth over 10 million. Look, are you interested in racing so I can experience the charm of Bugatti? Sichu Rui extended an invitation. Chen Hao originally wanted to refuse. I have to take Ri Chen to the hospital, so how can I have time to race with you? What Chen Hao didn't expect was that at this moment, the system's voice came over, ding, mission released, agree to Sichu Rui's request to race, and win. After completing the task, you will receive a reward, a supercar. Note, Sichu Rui wins by leading by 0.10 seconds and is rewarded with a supercar. Saitu Rui wins by 10-20 seconds and is rewarded with 2 supercars. Saitu Rui wins by 21-30 seconds and is rewarded with 3 supercars. And so on. For every extra 10 seconds, you'll get 1 more supercar as a reward. Chapter 024 Young Master Rui was convinced. How could there be such a powerful person in Mindu? Wow, this system is getting more and more powerful. Although the system did not specify what kind of supercar the reward was, Chen Hao knew that it would definitely not be worth 1 or 2 million. For men, the more cars the better. Racing. I've never been afraid of anyone. How do you compare? When Chen Hao obtained the Bugatti Veyron, the system also gave him god-level driving skills. Speed racing? He really isn't afraid of anyone. Oh, you're quite arrogant. I just don't know if your ability is worthy of a sports car of this level. Zhu Fengshan knows, right? Starting from the foot of the mountain, whoever crosses this mountain road first will win. How about that? Chen Hao nodded, no problem. Sichu Rui returned to his car. Afterwards, his car led the way and Chen Hao followed. About 10 minutes later, arrived at the foot of Jiufeng Mountain. At this time, the window on the passenger seat of the Ferrari slowly lowered. A stunning woman wearing sunglasses appeared. Don't look at the fact that this woman is already 35 years old. But the years have not left any traces on her. On the contrary, because of the accumulation of years, she exudes an irresistible mature aura. This Sichu Rui has good taste. The beautiful woman held a white tissue in her right hand and stretched her right hand out of the window. Then, he raised it up fiercely. White tissue paper is thrown into the air. Boom! One of these 2 supercars costs more than 10 million. One car costs as much as 50 million. The 2 supercars rushed out almost at the same time. Yo, not a bad start, ho. Inside the Ferrari, Sichu Rui looked relaxed. As the vice president of the Supercar Club, there are few people in the entire Mindu who can beat him in racing. The point is, this road was built by their club. He comes here to run a few laps almost every week. The road conditions here are so familiar that I can't be more familiar. So, even though he knew that his Ferrari was weaker than Bugatti in performance, and it is slower than Bugatti in starting, although still behind. But, I don't feel like I will lose. Now it's a straight line. In a straight line, a Ferrari can't outrun a Bugatti. Let us turn later and see how I overtake your car. Sichu Rui showed a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth and soon reached the first turning. This bend is 90 degrees. When approaching this bend, Sichu Rui slowed down a bit. The speed dropped from 220 to 120. Even he didn't dare to go through the 90-degree curve at a speed of more than 120 yards per hour. But what? The next second, Sichu Rui's eyes widened. He saw that the Bugatti about 3 cars ahead of him did not slow down at all and performed a master-level drift. With a swish sound, the car passed the curve perfectly and disappeared from his sight. How is that possible? Sichu Rui was completely stunned. Just now he was driving at a speed of at least 150. Take a 90-degree turn at 150 miles per hour. Is this comparable to a semi-professional racing driver? The Mindu Luxury Car Club where Sichu Rui is located is full of experts. Among them are some drivers who have retired from the professional arena. But even they did not dare to challenge the 90-degree turn at 150 yards. Sichu Rui immediately realized the gap between him and Chen Hao. But Sichu Rui refused to admit defeat. It's only the first bend, and the road conditions are getting worse and worse. He was not familiar with the terrain. I still have a chance. Just in terms of driving skills, Sichu Rui already felt inferior to others. But he thought that with the advantage of being familiar with the terrain, he might be able to turn the tables. But the idea is good. The reality is quite cruel. He didn't see Chen Hao's taillights the whole time. Until he reached the end, he did not see Chen Hao's car. There was no need to guess. I knew that he must have reached the end and did not wait for me, but walked away first. Sichu Rui stopped the car, rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. His mood was extremely complicated. Is the car better than mine? Is the chick in the passenger seat prettier than me? Is more handsome than me? Your driving skills are even better than mine. Where the hell did this monster come from? Why have I never heard of this person before? Sichu Rui felt a little unconfident. Then he took out his phone and silently sent a message in the group. I had a race with Bugatti at Jiufeng Mountain and was completely beaten. I was at least 20 seconds behind. As soon as he released this message, the Supercar Club group immediately became excited. Fuck, 20 seconds behind. I run the Jiufeng Ring Road every day, and I'm still 20 seconds behind. Master Rui, what car are you driving? Some people also thought that Sichu Rui must have been driving a garbage truck today, otherwise with his driving skills, it would be impossible for him to be 20 seconds behind. Sichu Rui, Ferrari Monza SP. A brief immersion in the group, and then exploded. Fuck, Monza SP lost to Bugatti by 20 seconds. How is this possible? Brother Qian, are you sure you didn't let the water out? Everyone was shocked. Sichu Rui did not send any more messages and just smoked a cigarette. At this moment, his mood was more complicated than ever before. How come I, Sichu Rui, lost so much to him? Are you really shocked? The feeling of failure is really unpleasant. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It was a call from one of his friends. Sichu Rui thought he was here to find out about his specific situation, but when the call was connected, the other party said excitedly, Master Rui, Pagani Zonder, Lamborghini Veneno, and Koenigsegg 1 appeared in Yider Plaza. Sichu Rui cursed directly, you haven't woken up yet. These 3 types of cars are so rare that the probability of them appearing together is almost zero unless it is a car show. The other party said, Mr. Rui, I also heard it from someone. The authenticity needs to be studied. I plan to go over and take a look. Do you want to go? Sichu Rui hesitated. Could it be true? He finally decided to go over and take a look, even though the news was not credible. Because these 3 cars are all super sports cars. They are all better than Chen Hao's Bugatti Veyron. Especially the Koenigsegg, which cost as much as 100 million. Normally, it is difficult to see one of these 3 cars, and the probability of seeing 3 of them at the same time is extremely small. 3 cars appearing together? The authenticity is indeed not high, but as a sports car enthusiast, even if the credibility is not high, I still plan to go and take a look. What if it is true? Chapter 025 Chen Hao meets a beautiful internet celebrity, what a fate! On the other side, after passing the finish line, Chen Hao left directly without waiting for Sichu Rui. Chen Hao, I'm going to kill you. Ri Qian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was furious. Her face turned pale and she was extremely angry. His face was pale, it showed that he was frightened. This is a mountain road. The turns are all over 150 yards. Every turn feels like it's going to run off the road. What if you run off the road? You will be dead, right? Had Ri Qian ever ridden in such a crazy car before? My legs feel weak. I was almost scared to death. She held onto the handrail the entire time, not daring to breathe, until she passed the finish line and the car slowed down, and then she let go. Chen Hao grinned and said, "Isn't it exciting? Do you want to do it again?" "Madman, you are really crazy. You are a bunch of lunatics, playing with your lives." Chen rolled her eyes at Chen Hao. Although it was indeed very exciting, she really didn't want to do it a second time. "This is fucking playing with your life. Xiao Hao, listen to my advice and don't drive like this in the future." Chen Hao just smiled and said nothing. "Is it dangerous?" For others, it is indeed dangerous. But for Chen Hao, who possesses god-level driving skills, it is child's play. About 10 minutes later, Chen got off the car at the municipal hospital. She is going to visit her grandmother. Chen Hao originally planned to invite her to see the 3 supercars that the system had just rewarded her with. But when I heard her say she was going to the hospital, I felt it was not appropriate to invite her again. Afterwards, Chen Hao returned to Mindu number 1. The Bugatti is parked. The 3 supercars just rewarded by the system are placed in the parking lot of Yeater Plaza, across the street from Mindu number 1. Chen Hao did not go to pick up the car directly. "I didn't have dinner and I'm still hungry." "Eat first, then talk." On the first floor of Yeater Plaza, there is a self-service barbecue restaurant with relatively affordable prices, only 99 yuan per person. Chen Hao brought his girlfriend here once before. It tastes good. After they broke up, Chen Hao also wanted to come over for dinner. But my pocket is tight, so I can't bear to eat here. And now, with 1 billion yuan in the card, you can spend whatever you want. The last time Chen Mingqi live-streamed the Bugatti Veyron, she gained more than 1,000 followers overnight. Having tasted the sweetness, she feels that live-streaming supercars is like the password to traffic. It's just a pity. Supercars like the Bugatti Veyron are hard to come by. She was originally broadcasting live at Yeater Plaza, and suddenly she heard people say that there were 3 supercars worth tens of millions parked in the plaza outside. Chen Mingqi went to the parking lot immediately. "Oh my god, is this true? Are there really 3 supercars? Dear friends in the live broadcast room, have you seen these 3 cars? My current location is in Yeater Plaza. Babies in Minute City, you can come and see it." While Chen Mingqi was speaking, the camera was always pointed at the 3 supercars. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement. "Wow, there's a Pagani Zonda, a Lamborghini Veneno, and the most outrageous thing is that there's even the legendary Koenigsegg 1. Damn, it's Koenigsegg 1. Chen Mingqi doesn't know much about these supercars. Seeing the shock of the fans in the live broadcast room, he asked, "Is this Koenigsegg 1 as awesome as the Bugatti Veyron?" In the live broadcast room, "I am a car fan, the landing price of Bugatti Veyron is 50 million, and the bear car price of Koenigsegg 1 is 100 million. Seeing the 100 million, Chen Mingqi's eyes widened. The bear car costs 100 million. What about the landing price? Won't it be at least 120 or 130 million? Chen Mingqi was extremely shocked, which rich man could be so inhumane? After fans introduced the other 2 cars, Chen Mingqi was also shocked beyond words. 70 million for one. One car costs 50 million. These are all bear car prices. Which super rich second generation group came here? Chen Mingqi was so envious. When I become famous and make a lot of money, I will buy a luxury car like this and show it off on the street. Chen Mingqi was live streaming and recording at the same time. She plans to edit these videos and release them into a video after returning. About 10 minutes later, more and more people came after hearing the news, and the 3 cars were surrounded by people. The parking lot was worried that cars might be scratched, so it specially arranged 5 security guards to guard them. "Hey guys, there are too many people here now. It's so crowded. I can't do the live broadcast. Woo woo woo, I haven't had dinner yet. I passed by a barbecue restaurant before. Although I haven't eaten there, it looked clean and the environment was good. Let's go eat barbecue." Chen Mingqi was still thankful in her heart that she arrived early and there weren't many people there at that time. "If you come now." There were people all around, so there was no way to live stream. Check the number of people online. Yeah. The number has exceeded 300. Before the live broadcast of Supercars, there were only about 100 people online. In just over 10 minutes, more than 200 people came in. This made Chen Mingqi feel very happy. I feel my star path is bright. Chen Mingqi came to the barbecue restaurant and, under the guidance of the waiter, came to a seat by the window. Hey, isn't this the rich guy? Chen Mingqi said in surprise, Brother Tu Hao, hello. The people in the live broadcast room also recognized that it was Chen Hao. Fuck, is this really an incredibly handsome Bugatti owner? I never admire anyone in terms of handsomeness, except for the rich guy. Where's the rich man's Bugatti? I was still not satisfied after seeing it last time. Let's see the Bugatti again. Chen Hao, who was grilling meat, raised his head and showed his handsome face that could charm thousands of women. Hello. Then, he greeted the fans in the live broadcast room with ease. Hello, everyone. Fan A, he is handsome, young, approachable, gentlemanly and polite. Wow, I really want to have a godson like him. Fan B, I love it, I love it. Do you have a girlfriend, little brother? Fan C, I wish my boyfriend was this handsome. Fan D, I want to fall in love, little brother, do you want to date me? Fan E, my dear brother, are you interested in a one-night stand? I'm not after your money, the point is that I want to cry while sitting on the passenger seat of a Bugatti. Looking at these messages from fans in the live broadcast room, Chen Mingqi felt speechless. Are these the legendary women who can't walk when they see a super handsome guy? When Chen Mingqi was about to say something, a sentence suddenly came out of the live broadcast room, and the whole audience fell silent instantly. I'm crazy about cars, everyone. Have you ever thought that those 3 super sports cars in the parking lot might also belong to some rich guy? Chapter 26, Show off your wealth in front of Chen Hao? There is $1 billion in your card. Find out more. With just one sentence, the live broadcast room fell silent instantly. If the 3 cars outside also belong to the rich guy, then his identity is really scary. What kind of family background does one have to be able to afford for supercars of this level at the same time? Even Chen Mingqi was startled. However, this unrealistic idea was quickly rejected by Chen Mingqi. Have you ever seen a person driving 3 cars? Everyone, stop guessing. Let me ask you, have you ever seen anyone driving 3 cars when going out alone? So, don't make blind guesses. After saying this to the fans, Chen Mingqi looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Brother Tu Hao, can I share a table with you? Can. It's boring to eat alone anyway, so it's nice to have a beautiful woman to accompany you. Seeing that Chen Hao agreed, Chen Mingqi sat down. She sat opposite Chen Hao. Formally introduce myself. My name is Chen Mingqi. It's a pleasure to meet you. What a coincidence, my last name is also Chen. So, we were one family 500 years ago. Chen Mingqi suddenly felt that she had become much closer to Chen Hao. Continue to find topics. Brother Chen, did you often come here to eat? As soon as Chen Mingqi asked this question, she regretted it. How could such a super rich person often come to such a cheap restaurant to eat? This question is really stupid. Chen Hao shook his head. No, I rarely come here, I only came once. Because it's too expensive, I couldn't afford it before. After eating here once, I don't dare to come again. This sentence not only made Chen Mingqi laugh, but also the people in the live broadcast room. How can a super rich man who drives a Bugatti not be able to afford a 99 yuan barbecue buffet? Funny, right? The two chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. Chen Mingqi took the initiative to ask Chen Hao for his contact information. Live broadcast room. Oh, I knew that Meng Qi's initiative to sit with the rich guy definitely had impure motives. Hey, you want WeChat? Last time I asked you to take the initiative, you were so shy. It was only after the person ran away that you reacted. Today, you finally got it, huh? Mingqi, can you send me the local tyrant brother's WeChat privately? I want to add him, too. How about I give you a rocket? Why do I feel like the rich guy is going to be kidnapped by Meng Qi? Just when Chen Mingqi and Chen Hao had just added each other's contact information, a familiar yet annoying voice sounded from behind them. Hey, isn't this the campus beauty Chen? A woman walked in from the door, wearing a simple yet sexy suspenders on her upper body. With heavy makeup, it's hard to tell her specific age. In her hand, she carried an LV bag, which showed her wealthy style. Chen Hao had seen this bag when he accompanied Tian Xi to buy bags at the LV store. It cost more than 70,000 yuan. Ordinary people really can't afford it.
Her name is Liu Yangyang. Like Chen Mingqi, he is a senior student at the Mindu Film and Television Academy. Her again? Why is she everywhere? Chen Mingqi immediately rolled her eyes. Why was this mortal enemy still haunting her? How come I can meet her everywhere? If Chen Mingqi remembered correctly, this was the 4th time she had run into her this month, right? What a bummer. My boyfriend and I just finished eating Japanese cuisine not far away and were planning to go for a walk. I didn't expect to meet you. Chen Mingqi and Chen Hao happened to be sitting next to the window. This is a glass floor-to-ceiling window, and you can see inside from the outside. By the way, dear, how much did we spend on our meal at the island restaurant just now? Liu Yangyang asked deliberately. Her boyfriend is not very old, just a young man in his 20s. Said, eat it, 4,700 yuan. My dear, next time, I'll take you to a more upscale place. As he said that, the young man deliberately put his arms around Liu Yanyan's waist. To be honest, this woman's face was not particularly outstanding. But this figure is not just ordinary good. By the way, our school beauty, why don't you try the Japanese cuisine? It tastes much better than here. Oh, I see. It's not that you don't want to eat, but you can't afford it. A meal costing several thousand yuan is not something that ordinary people like you can afford. Is this your boyfriend? He is handsome indeed, but how come he can only afford to treat you to this junk worth tens of dollars? Unlike my boyfriend, who always takes me out to eat for thousands of dollars. As soon as Liu Yangyang opened her mouth, Chen Hao knew that she and Chen Mingqi had a grudge. Originally, Chen Hao didn't want to interfere. But, why did this woman drag herself into this for no reason? Who said that island cuisine is better than Chinese barbecue? Chen Hao smiled coldly. Are you deaf? Wasn't that what I just said? Liu Yangyang said with a proud expression, island cuisine is better than Chinese barbecue. Just look at the price and you will know that Chinese barbecue is not even worthy of carrying shoes for island cuisine. Chen Hao shook his head secretly. This woman is worshipping foreign things to the core. There is no cure. The fans in the live broadcast room witnessed everything that just happened. Everyone was angry. Fuck, she licked me like this, who is this woman? This is a piece of crap that is foreign and worships foreigners. I don't know how many people have driven it. If you give it to me, I will find it dirty. Damn it. Is it so great to eat a meal of Japanese cuisine? I wonder how many shells I had to endure to get this meal. You can tell at a glance that it's not a good bird. Everyone, please be patient. The rich guy is here. Why are you so anxious? Just wait and see this stupid woman get slapped in the face. Yes, yes, yes. Wait for the rich man to slap you in the face. This stinking bitch, doesn't she know who she's facing? Let the storm come harder. Ding, mission released. Give Liu Yangyang, who worships foreigners and fawns on them, a slap in the face. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with 500 million stocks. When he heard that it was this reward, Chen Hao was immediately delighted. Get 500 million in funding by giving a slap in the face. This is a good deal. Chen Hao stopped pampering her and directly confronted her. You are a foreign worshipping thing. After eating Japanese cuisine once, your butt is lifted up to the sky. Who do you think you are? Chapter 027 takes you to experience what the world's top sports car is. Who do you think I am? Then what are you, a poor fellow who can only eat such a cheap buffet when you go out with your girlfriend? Liu Yangyang retorted without any hesitation, don't think I won't scold you just because you are handsome. How dare you mock me? You are a piece of shit. Chen Mingqi held back her laughter. You said Chen Hao is a poor guy. You don't know that the cars he drives are all Bugattis worth more than 50 million. You actually went to provoke him. If you piss this guy off, even Jesus can't save you. Hold it. No laughing. But she really couldn't hold it in anymore. I burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. It really made me laugh to death. You actually said he was a poor guy. It's really hilarious. Chen Mingqi laughed so hard that she fell over, which made Liu Yangyang confused. Did I say something wrong? Is it that funny? At this moment, Liu Yangyang suddenly discovered something extremely unusual. Hugging his boyfriend, his eyes were actually on Chen Mingqi. Li Dashun, 23 years old. When he was young, his family was very poor,
but he was luckier as they encountered a demolition project. My grandparents' house and my parents' house were all demolished. A total of 7 houses and more than 4 million in cash were lost. Then his father used the 4 million in cash to sell 3 houses and invested 7 million in the aquatic business. At present, the family's assets exceed 100 million. As the only child in the family, Lee Da-sun lived the life of a rich second generation with no worries about food and clothing. A complete nouveau riche. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed Chen Mingqi. 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, so pretty. Compared with Chen Mengyao, Liu Yangyang suddenly seems not so attractive. Seducing my man. Bitch. Liu Yangyang didn't dare to stay here any longer, not because she was afraid of being embarrassed, but because she felt that if she stayed any longer, her boyfriend would probably be seduced away by Chen Mengyao. This isn't the first time this has happened. The reason why Liu Yangyang has a grudge with Chen Mingqi. Mainly during my sophomore year. Liu Yanyan's boyfriend, whom she had been dating for half a year, suddenly told her that he liked Chen Mingqi and wanted to break up with her. I have played all the time and I have slept all the time. You're telling me now that you like another woman and want to break up with me? Oh my god. From then on, Liu Yangyang hated Chen Mingqi, always feeling that she was the one who seduced her boyfriend away. Honey, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can you take me back to the dormitory? Liu Yangyang hugged Li Daxuan's arm affectionately and said in a coquettish voice, I also want to experience the charm of your Porsche 911. By the way, Chen Mingqi, how are you going to get back? I'm going back to my school dormitory now. Do you want me to give you a ride? But I'm sorry, my boyfriend's Porsche 911 only has 2 seats. You can't sit there. Liu Yangyang was obviously mocking Chen Mingqi. Are you showing off your Porsche 911, too? Chen Hao shook his head speechlessly. In the real sports car world, the Porsche 911 is not even an entry-level model. What is there to brag about? In the eyes of ordinary people, Porsche 911 is definitely the ceiling level. But in Chen Hao's eyes, a car worth more than 1 million yuan is really not considered high-end. There is no way. Those supercars he owns are just too awesome. Not even an entry level. You are so arrogant. Li Da-sun felt that Chen Hao was showing blatant contempt for him and was very unhappy. Who are you? Do you know how much a Porsche 911 costs? Chen Hao was too lazy to pay any attention to Li Da-sun. He wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a tissue and looked at Chen Mingqi sitting across from him. I'm full, how about you? Chen Mingqi touched her bulging belly and said, I'm full too. I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Chen Hao stood up, I'll take you to a place. Chen Mingqi asked back, where to? Chen Hao smiled and said, go to the parking lot. I'll take you to experience what a world-class sports car really is. Chen Mingqi became excited when she heard this. So, can I take pictures of the interior of the Bugatti? Oui. If I could really take a picture of the interior, I would definitely gain a lot of fans. At this time, Liu Yangyang sneered. The style of a top-notch supercar. This really makes me laugh to death. A poor guy who can't even afford Japanese cuisine still dreams of driving a top-notch supercar. That's not the way to pretend. Honey, let's go and ignore them. Liu Yangyang and Li Da-sun left together. When the two arrived at the parking lot, they saw a lot of people gathered in front. When I walked over, I realized that they were actually looking at luxury cars. What the hell? Poison. Son of the Wind. Koenigsegg 1. Am I hallucinating? When Li Da-sun recognized the 3 supercars, he immediately lost his composure. Even for him, it was the first time he had seen these 3 types of cars in real life. Liu Yangyang asked curiously, honey, what kind of cars are these? They look very cool. Are they more awesome than your Porsche 911? Li Da-sun immediately covered her mouth. Unfortunately, it's too late. People around have cast strange looks at her, and some even sneered. You have big breasts and no brains, long hair and little knowledge. You actually compare the 911 with these 3 legendary cars. Ignorance. Liu Yangyang had never been treated like this before and wanted to fight back. Li Da-sun stopped her. Auntie, if you don't understand, just say less. It's embarrassing, don't you know? Do you know how much these 3 cars cost? Liu Yangyang shook her head. How should I know? Li Da-sun pointed at the Zonder and said, this car, the Pagani Zonder,
is known as a legend in the sports car world and is priced at 50 million.
What, 50 million? Luo Qingyan was really scared.
She has seen many luxury cars since she was a child, but this is the first time she has seen a super sports car worth 50 million.
This car, Lamborghini Veneno, costs 70 million. Are you scared? There's something even scarier.
The one in the middle, the Koenigsegg one, costs over 100 million. Even if I sold all the houses in my family and my father's company, I could only barely afford to buy this one car.
So, are you still going to compare my Porsche 911 with these three cars?
Luo Qingyan shook her head heavily.
What was the point of comparing?
The Porsche 911 was not even qualified to carry their shoes in front of them. However, I don't know who owns this awesome car.
It must be a second-generation rich man who is countless times more awesome than Lee Da-sun, right? I'll just wait here for the car owner to show up, maybe I can hook up with one.
At this time, Chen Hao and Chen Mingqi came over, talking and laughing.
Chapter 028. The three young masters gathered together, and now there is something interesting to watch. There are still so many people here?
Fortunately, there are security guards watching the parking lot, otherwise it would have been scratched. Chen Mingqi was originally thinking that if there were fewer people watching, then she could broadcast the luxury car live for a few more minutes. However, she underestimated the influence of these three luxury cars. There are more people surrounding the luxury car now than before.
By the way, where's your Bugatti? Why can't I see your supercar?
Chen Mingqi looked around. In the entire parking lot, besides the three supercars, there was a Porsche 911 not far away.
There is no other supercar.
I didn't say I was driving a Bugatti today.
Chen Hao smiled. You didn't come in a Bugatti. That would be the end of us. Wouldn't we be laughed at to death by them? Didn't you tell me earlier to let me experience the charm of a top-notch supercar? You're a big liar. Wrong.
Thinking of this, Chen Mingqi suddenly realized something. He stared at Chen Hao with eyes wide open in disbelief.
Could it be that one of these three supercars is his? Yes. Yes. It's normal to own a Bugatti and then a supercar. Which rich second generation doesn't own a lot of cars? Who exactly is this Chen Hao? What kind of family did he come from?
Chen Mingqi became more and more curious about Chen Hao. On the other side, Luo Qingyan looked around expectantly. Different from those who are busy taking photos and shooting videos. She just took a few photos symbolically. Compared to the supercar, she was more interested in the owner of this luxury car. The owner of this luxury car must be the richest of the rich.
3 cars, that means 3 owners. That gives you 3 chances.
As long as you can handle one of them, you will truly be able to enter a wealthy family.
As for Lee Da-sun, just kick him.
She was just playing around with Lee Da-sun. I had originally planned to squeeze him dry and then kick him out.
Da-sun, who in Mindu can afford this kind of car?
Luo Qingyan asked.
I can't afford it anyway.
Lee Da-sun said, there are many people in our supercar club who can afford it, but only a few can actually buy it. Because it's not just money that buys these cars.
Luo Qingyan didn't understand. To buy a car, isn't it enough to just have enough money? You think too simply.
To buy such a luxury car, you not only need money, but also your identity must be verified first. Everyone who can buy this kind of car is like a piece of cloth on his head, the richest Middle Eastern prince in the world. Top players, top stars, royalty, etc. If you are an ordinary rich person, it's not your turn even if you want to buy it. There are many people in Mindu who can afford it, but there are only a few who are qualified to buy it.
Who could it be?
Could it be that mysterious rich man?
Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan immediately asked, mysterious local tyrant? What mysterious local tyrant?
Lee Da-sun explained, just over an hour ago, a big event happened in our Mindu supercar community.
Young Master Rui lost a car race on the Jiufeng winding mountain road.
Actually, it's normal to lose a game. There are always people who are better than you.
The scary thing is that young Master Rui estimates that he is at least 20 seconds behind the opponent. You know, Master Rui was driving a Ferrari worth tens of millions at the time.
Luo Qingyan was shocked. A Ferrari worth tens of millions of dollars lost to the opponent by more than 20 seconds. What kind of car did the opponent drive?
Lee Da-sun's eyes were filled with envy. Bugatti Veyron.
Luo Qingyan was confused. Bugatti Veyron. What kind of car is that? I've never heard of it. Li Dasun patiently explained, let me tell you this, the minimum price of that car is 50 million.
What?
50 million. When she heard the price was 50 million, Luo Qingyan was shocked. Is this car called Bugatti so expensive? Then tell me, who is that mysterious rich man?
Li Dasun glared at her and said, how should I know who he is?
But no matter who he is, he will be my idol from now on. When Li Dasun was still fantasizing about meeting his idol one day and hugging his thighs tightly, he saw Chen Hao walking towards the Pagani Zonda. He immediately shouted, what do you want to do, little bastard? Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? Chen Hao gave him a look, idiot. I'm too lazy to pay attention to him at all. Sorry, you can't go near the car. The security guard in charge of guarding the car stopped Chen Hao. They didn't know whose car it was. But they knew that since the car was parked in their parking lot, they had an obligation to protect it. Chen Hao was not angry. Instead, he gave them a thumbs up for their diligent attitude. This car is mine. I'm here to pick it up now. Can I go over now? Everyone around was stunned. Sure, is it his car? The rich man I've been waiting for so long has finally appeared. This guy is so handsome. He is handsome and his car is handsome too. He is my type. Take pictures, take pictures. Posted on WeChat Moments. Chen Mingqi guessed that one of the three cars belonged to Chen Hao. So at this moment she didn't feel much surprise. My guess was right, one of the cars is really his. Har har har, I'm dying of laughter. I'm really dying of laughter. A guy who can't even afford Japanese cuisine is so arrogant as to say that this supercar is his. Why are you so shameless? Security guard, don't listen to him. He's just a poor loser who can't afford such an expensive supercar. If you let him go and it gets bumped, you'll be fired. When the security guard heard this, he was even more unwilling to let Chen Hao pass. At this time, who said my brother Hao is a poor loser? Stand up. A rather angry voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw three young men walking towards them quickly. The one in front is wearing a plaid shirt. He unbuttoned the third button on his chest, revealing a little of his chest. He felt it would be cooler this way. Master Rui. Mr. Chen. Master Zi. Li Dasun recognized the identities of these three people at a glance. They were all members of the Supercar Club. I thought to myself, why are these three big guys here? Really? Oh, I see. These three supercars must belong to them. Li Dasun walked over quickly, flattering them with a lick of his face and a smile, saying, young Master Rui, young Master Chen, young Master Zi, you came at the right time. Just now someone tried to get close to your car, and I helped you stop him. Li Dasun is also a member of the Supercar Club. But although they are all members, their identities are very different. This young Master Rui is considered to be a top figure in the Supercar Club. Li Dasun could only be at the bottom and was barely qualified to enter the Supercar Club. Sichu Rui had seen Li Dasun before, but he couldn't remember his name. He said coldly, it was you who said that my brother Hao was a poor loser. Chapter 029. This voice of Brother Hao is so comfortable. Sichu Rui's questioning tone and cold attitude made Li Dasun feel instantly cold in his heart. What happened? Also, who is their brother Hao he mentioned just now? Could it be? When he realized something, he was instantly terrified. Even young Master Lian Rui calls him Brother Hao? Who is this person? Mr. Rui, it's me. I'm Xiao Shunzi. We met at the Jufengshan racetrack last month. Li Dasun smiled and was extremely flattering. Sichu Rui was too lazy to pay attention to him. Killing such a small person is as easy as killing an ant. I'll deal with you later. Then, he walked quickly towards Chen Hao. Without the previous indifference, she smiled, Brother Hao, we meet again. Behind him, Master Chen and Master Zi also shouted in unison, Brother Hao. Sichu Rui, Fu Chen and Shu Rui's are best friends. Sichu Rui calls him Brother Hao, so naturally these two would call him that too. Fu Chen and Shu Rui's met Chen Hao for the first time. According to Sichu Rui's previous introduction, Chen Hao is not only an excellent driver, but also looks very handsome. The two of them were very curious about what this person looked like, who could make Sichu Rui, who never admired anyone in terms of handsomeness, feel inferior to him. Now see you.
Good job. He is indeed more handsome than Sichu Rui, who is known as the most handsome man in the Supercar club. But as Supercar enthusiasts, they admire Chen Hao's driving skills even more. The fact that he was able to crush Sichu Rui on Jiufeng Highway was enough to earn their respect. Therefore, this Brother Hao, they said, came from the bottom of their hearts. There were already quite a few people around. Someone immediately recognized their identities. Oh my god, isn't this Sichu Rui, the son of Longding Group and the vice president of Mindu Supercar Club? I know the other two, too. The one on the left is Fu Chen, the eldest son of the Tyranny Group and a veteran of the Supercar Club. The one on the right is Xu Rui's, also an amazing person. It is said that his family controls 2 listed companies and he is extremely wealthy. It's rare to see these 3 normally. How come they suddenly appear here? Oh, I see. The 3 of them correspond to these 3 supercars. It turns out that these 3 top supercars are theirs. But what I'm more curious about now is why the 3 of them all call little brother, brother. Could it be that this extremely handsome little brother has a more noble status than these 3? The other party called him brother, so Chen Hao politely greeted them, hello. Sichu Rui began to introduce, Brother Hao, these 2 are my brothers, Fu Chen and Xu Rui's. Fu Chen and Xu Rui's immediately stretched out their hands, Brother Hao. Brother Hao. The 2 people who were usually so arrogant were now very humble. Chen Hao shook hands with them. Chen Hao's approachable attitude also made Sichu Rui and others like him more. Brother Hao, are you here to admire this supercar as well? It seems that Brother Hao is also a true car lover. Sichu Rui said with a smile. It's not that he can't afford these 3 cars, it's just that there is no place to buy them. He thought that Chen Hao, like them, came to see the cars. See the car? Chen Hao smiled. Then he took out a bunch of car keys from his pocket and pressed them lightly. Chirp. The Pagani Zonda parked on the far left suddenly had its headlights on all around it. Unlocked successfully. My car is parked here, I'm here to pick it up. Chen Hao had a harmless smile on his face. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Hao in amazement without blinking. Oh my god, is he really the owner of this luxury car? Li Dasun was stunned. Oh my god, is this car really his? I mocked him before. Liu Yangyang was even more stunned, her mouth almost opened into an O shape with surprise. This car costs 50 million. Is it his? Isn't he a poor guy who can't even afford Japanese cuisine? Then, she began to be jealous of Chen Mingqi. How come she can find such a rich boyfriend, while I can only find someone like Li Dasun? The more Liu Yangyang thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt, and the more jealous she became. Then, I felt that Li Dasun was not attractive at all. Looking at Liu Yangyang with a deflated look on her face, Chen Mingqi finally felt proud. It feels great. And when Liu Yangyang looked at her with jealous eyes, Chen Mingqi deliberately moved a step towards Chen Hao. A little closer. Liu Yangyang became even more jealous when she saw this. Humph, what's so great about that? There are 3 luxury cars here, and your boyfriend's car is the lousiest of the 3. There are 2 more cars, so there are 2 more owners. I still have 2 chances. Any one of them will be no worse than your boyfriend. Liu Yangyang had already started thinking in her mind, if the other 2 car owners showed up later, how should she capture them quickly? Fuck, Brother Hao, is this car yours? I already admire you for getting a Bugatti Veyron, and now you got a Feng Ziji. I can't describe it in words, brother. I admire you so much. When Li Dasun, who was standing by, heard this, he instantly lost his composure. Is he the owner of the Bugatti Veyron? OMG. The news that Sichu Rui lost to Bugatti had already spread. Li Dasun finally understood why Sichu Rui was so humble towards Chen Hao. Anyone who knows Sichu Rui knows this. He has 2 major hobbies. First, mature women. Absolutely don't do it if you are not familiar with it. Because it's not flavorful enough. Second, supercar. This is a person who can defend the dignity of supercars with his life. He lost to Bugatti. If I only lost by a few seconds, I might be able to catch up with him if I train hard. But, it's only more than 20 seconds. Sichu Rui knew very well that he would never be able to reach this level in his lifetime. He lost. I am convinced of my defeat. From that time on, he began to admire Chen Hao.
Calling Chen Hao Brother Hao means that we admire him from the bottom of our heart. By the way, Brother Hao, whose cars are those? They must belong to your friends. I'm curious to see whose car Minute belongs to. I don't know if I recognize it or not. In Sichu Rui's opinion, the Supercar Club is already the pinnacle of the supercar world in Mindu. Now it seems that I am really ignorant. He remembered what his father once told him, there are always people better than you. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of this sentence. Those super rich people who are truly indifferent are all living in seclusion from the world. I don't know if I am qualified to integrate into Brother Hao's circle. When Sichu Rui was thinking this in his heart, something that made him stunned again happened. Then Chen Hao took out a set of car keys from his pocket. Pressed gently. Beep. It was parked there quietly, and suddenly the sound of unlocking was heard. Then, their headlights all around lit up. Sichu Rui was stunned. Fu Chen and Shu Rui's widened their eyes. Li Dasun was so surprised that he could fit an ostrich egg in his mouth. Liu Yangyang was so surprised that she was speechless. Even Chen Mingqi looked incredulous. This car is actually his. Chapter 030, 3 luxury cars were released in succession, and young Master Rui was convinced. Chen Hao looked at Sichu Rui with a harmless smile. This car is also mine. What? This car is yours too? At this moment, Sichu Rui was shocked beyond words. He has a Bugatti Veyron and a Pagani Zonda, and even the poison is his? Where on earth did this great man come from? How could there be such an awesome person in Mindu? Why have I never heard of his name before? At this time, Sichu Rui thought of something even more terrifying, pointing to the only remaining Koenigsegg one. You won't tell me that this car is also? Yes, this one is mine too. While Chen Hao was speaking, he took out a set of car keys and pressed them lightly. Beep. Unlocked successfully. Brother, you are really my idol. Sichu Rui was completely shocked. Even the president of the club couldn't afford a supercar of this level. He originally thought that these 3 cars belonged to 3 people, but he never expected that they belonged to just one person. So how did he buy so many top sports cars? Sichu Rui couldn't even get a sports car of this level. The main reason is that there are too few cars. It has been pre-ordered before it was even produced. Sichu Rui instantly determined that Chen Hao's identity and background were absolutely very complicated. It is very likely that his background is even more powerful than the president's. Otherwise, how could they get so many cars? This is the Koenigsegg one, which is priced at 100 million. My brother is amazing. Sichu Rui seemed unusually excited. Brother Hao, can you add me on WeChat so that we can contact each other in the future? Chen Hao did not refuse. He took out his mobile phone and added him on WeChat and phone. Seeing this, Fu Chen and Shu Rui's thought this was definitely a good opportunity to get close to the big boss, so they shamelessly asked for Chen Hao's contact information. This scene really shocked the people around. In the past, it was always others who licked them, but today they are the ones who lick others. Who exactly is this Chen Hao? After adding WeChat, Sichu Rui sent an invitation. Brother, it's like this. I also love sports cars. I have more than a dozen supercars at home, but I just can't get a car as awesome as yours. Sichu Rui looked at the 3 supercars with burning eyes. He originally wanted to ask if he could feel the style of these cars. To put it bluntly, he just felt itchy and wanted to open one. But considering that if I just ask him directly to lend it to me, I doubt that Chen Hao will give it to me. He immediately changed the topic. Brother Hao, you need to drive these cars back, right? You can't drive 3 cars by yourself. How about I help you drive? Fu Chen and Shu Rui's reacted at this time. They were also supercar enthusiasts, so when they came across such a luxury car, how could they not want to experience it? Brother Hao, I'll drive one for you too. And me, I'll have one too. Chen Hao was originally worried that he would have to make 3 trips to get the car back. Now that they are here to help, isn't he this perfect? Throw the car keys to them. The 3 people who received the car keys were very excited. Sichu Rui chose Koenigsegg 1, Fu Chen and Shu Rui's chose Poison and Son of Wind. Do you still think that island cuisine is better than our Chinese barbecue? When Chen Hao looked at Li Dasun was so scared that he was about to cry. You are a big shot with such a distinguished status, why do you pick up girls and take your girlfriend to eat cheap barbecue?
If you don't eat barbecue, I won't misunderstand you, right? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Li Dashuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Misunderstanding, you're fucking screwed. Seeing this, Sichu Rui kicked him and Li Dasun was knocked to the ground. After the kick, Sichu Rui realized that he didn't know what happened between them. He pointed at Li Dashuan's nose and yelled, "Marder, tell me, how the hell did you offend my brother Hao?" Li Dasun was about to cry. "Mr. Rui, you kicked me when you haven't even figured out what's going on? Can we talk some sense?" Li Dasun didn't dare to say anything. He believed that if he said one more word, he would be beaten. Seeing that Li Dasun hadn't spoken for a long time, Sichu Rui was too lazy to ask any more questions. He kicked him twice and warned him, "Listen to me, from this moment on, you are expelled from the Supercar club. Fuck, get out of here." Li Dasun felt really wronged, but he didn't dare to say anything. The other party was young Master Rui, and he didn't dare to have the slightest desire for revenge. He didn't dare to stay and ran away in disgrace. Liu Yangyang immediately chased after him. "Open the car door." Result: I pulled the door several times but it didn't open. "Honey, open the door. Open the door. Damn it, you bitch, if you hadn't been making trouble, would I have offended Chen Hao? If I didn't offend Chen Hao, would young Master Rui hate me? Damn it, you still want to get in my car, go to hell." After saying that, Li Dasun didn't care about Liu Yanyan's reaction at all. The roaring engine sounded and soon disappeared, leaving Liu Yangyang disheveled in the wind. Chapter 031: The Most Beautiful Teacher Ling Yu. Congratulations to their host for completing the task of slapping Liu Yangyang in the face and obtaining 500 million in stock funds. 500 million? There is 1 billion yuan lying in the card, and now another 500 million yuan comes. Although the 500 million is stocks. But this can be cashed out. If you sell it, it will be cash. Ding, the mission is released. 100,000 from stocks within 1 month. After completing the task, you will obtain 100% of Hualong Capital's shares. When he saw that it was Hualong Capital, Chen Hao was instantly excited. Chen Hao majored in finance in college. Of course, I have heard of Hualong Capital. This is one of the top 3 capital operation companies in Mindu, controlling capital of over 100 billion yuan, an absolute giant enterprise. 500 million to make 100,000. Within a month. That means a 2% profit. This is difficult for Chen Hao. Since I studied finance, I opened a stock account when I was in college. I have also tried it in practice. But they are all small-scale operations. The maximum amount of funds does not exceed 30,000 yuan. An investment of 500 million is already a huge amount of money. Chen Hao has no control over the business at all. But the system doesn't say that you can't hire people. Chen Hao thought of someone. His university teacher Ling Yu. Ling Yu was Chen Hao's counselor during his freshman year and the first semester of his sophomore year. In the second half of Chen Hao's sophomore year, she resigned from the school and went to work for a capital operation company. I don't know how she is doing now. Chen Hao flipped through his cell phone address book and found her number. Not knowing if she had changed her phone, he decided to give her a call. Hualong Capital. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and Ling Yu is still working overtime. Just last week, she was promoted to become the youngest investment manager in the history of Hualong Capital. Because she is pretty, she gets promoted quickly. She gossips a lot. Some people say that she is the daughter of a shareholder of Huahui Capital. There are also rumors that she had an affair with the director. In short, there are many different opinions. Ling Yu ignored these rumors, because only she knew that they were all nonsense. She didn't get to the top by relying on her family, nor by being a mistress. All the achievements she has today are due to her hard work. She works harder than anyone else. It's normal to get off work at 10 o'clock in the evening. Ling Yu stretched comfortably, looked at the profit status summarized on the screen, and finally a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Today's earnings were in line with expectations. This month's performance was completed 10 days ahead of schedule. Pretty. Ling Yu gave herself a thumbs up. At this moment, the cell phone next to her rang, and Ling Yu found that it was Chen Hao calling. Although Chen Hao was not outstanding in school, because he was an orphan, she, as his class teacher, took great care of him. It was Ling Yu who found Chen Hao a part-time job during his freshman year. Therefore, Ling Yu also had a deep impression of Chen Hao. He picked up the phone. Chen Hao, long time no see, why are you calling me at this time? By the way, you should be out for internship now, right? How is the internship going? The job wasn't very good. I was working as a planner in an advertising company, but I was fired last month. You're a finance major, and you're going to work for an advertising company? You're not a good match, and your major is not relevant. It's normal that you didn't pass the internship assessment. By the way, you called me, do you want me to help you find a job? With Ling Yu's current status and popularity in the financial circle, it is very easy to introduce a job in the financial industry to Chen Hao. She knew that Chen Hao was an orphan without a father or a mother. She felt sympathy and pity for him from the bottom of her heart, and would help him if she could. Ling Yu's enthusiasm warmed Chen Hao's heart. My liking for her has risen to a higher level. If it were someone else, after not seeing each other for several years, they would not even be able to avoid you, let alone actively looking for a job for you. I didn't come to you to ask you to introduce me to a job. Chen Hao said, don't you work in a financial company? It's like this. I have some funds in my stock account and I want to find someone to manage it, so I came to you. Ling Yu originally wanted to say, aren't you studying finance? A finance major can't even manage his own stock account. Did you study in vain for 4 years in college? But she still didn't say that. Afraid of hurting Chen Hao's self-esteem. Since Chen Hao actually came to her for help, he must have encountered some difficulties. Maybe, before this, he had already lost a lot of money in his own business. Did you come to me only because you had no other choice? Not everyone who studies finance can make profits from stocks. Okay, you found the right person. This is what I do. Ling Yu smiled and said, how about this, are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let's meet and talk in person. Chen Hao nodded and said, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm free. Time? Place? Then come to my company. My company is at number 88 Financial Street, Hualong Capital Company, Limited. I will arrange for an assistant to pick you up downstairs. When he heard that it was Hualong Capital, the mineral water in Chen Hao's mouth sprayed out. Wow, is that such a coincidence? Once Hualong Capital is acquired, won't you become my employee? What's wrong with you? Ling Yu heard something wrong on the phone. No, nothing. Chen Hao did not explain. See you tomorrow then. Ling Yu hung up the phone. She didn't pay much attention to Chen Hao's account, thinking that it was just a small amount of money, just like those of relatives and friends. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands at most. Then it was back to work. After Chen Hao hung up the phone, he sighed and said, this world is so small. Who could have thought that the most beautiful teacher of the past would soon become my employee? Then, Chen Hao began to plan his meeting with Ling Yu tomorrow. It's impossible to go to meet the most beautiful teacher I once had wearing such shabby clothes, right? Chen Hao rummaged through the boxes and found several sets of clothes. These are not only old, but also quite cheap. They are all what Chen Hao wore when he was in school. He had no money as a student, so the clothes he bought were naturally cheap street stall goods. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at myself in the mirror, I have to go buy some clothes. Chen Hao thought of Xiang Xiai and Su Moran. In the end, I felt that Su Moyan was more suitable and sent her a message, want a date? Very short, just 2 words. Chapter 032 Su Moyan, boss, are you bullying me again? In the city center, Daha community. Although the housing prices here are not as high as those in Mindu number 1, they are not cheap. Apart from the bosses, the ones who can live here are the real social elite. At the entrance of the community, a long-legged beauty appeared. The attention of passers-by was attracted. She was over 1.75 meters tall, and the more than 10 centimeter high heels made her tall figure stand out even more. No stockings. The snow-white long legs under the hip-hugging miniskirt are exposed to the air, and the snow-white and tender skin is absolutely dazzling. She just stood at the entrance of the community and immediately attracted countless people's attention. The man's eyes lit up. There was envy in the woman's eyes. Many people wanted to go over and chat with her, but they really didn't dare. This kind of woman who was a disaster to the country and the people and was extremely confident was not something they could flirt with. Of course there are some bold ones. A BMW X7 drove over and stopped in front of her. Hello, Miss Sue, aren't you driving? Where are you going?
I can give you a ride. After the car window was lowered, the young man stuck his head out of the window. The landing price of this BMW 7 is over 1 million. Driving a $1 million luxury car, the young man feels very confident. Hey, brother Lin, that's great. When did you buy a new car? It's a BMW X7. This car is not cheap, right? After being asked this by Sumoran, the young man felt even more proud. But his face remained expressionless. I just bought it for fun, it's not worth much, the landing price is just over 1 million. Sumoran smiled in her heart. How could she not hear the pretentiousness in this guy's words? No need, my friend is here, I'd better take my friend's car. Sumoran smiled and refused. Brother Lin immediately felt unbalanced. Your friend's car, is it good for me to have your friend's car? He actually wants to see what kind of car your friend drives. However, when he saw the car that Sumoyan got into in the rearview mirror, his eyes instantly widened into a circle. What the hell is this car? Then he immediately turned his head to look over. He saw a super sports car parked behind his car. Is this a Lamborghini? Although I don't know which model of Lamborghini this is, judging from its appearance, it is definitely worth more than 10 million. The young man suddenly lost confidence. No wonder Sumoran always rejected me, it turned out that my level was not high enough. Inside the car. When Chen Hao saw Sumoyan coming, he immediately unlocked the car door. Sumoran opened the car door. The moment she stepped in, her right leg went in first. Chen Hao's seat was relatively short, and she was wearing a miniskirt that covered her hips. The moment her right leg stepped forward, the spring scenery under her skirt was immediately exposed to Chen Hao's sight. Damn, doesn't this woman wear safety pants when she goes out? Chen Hao blushed a little after seeing this scene. Look away immediately. Sumoran did not realize that she was exposed. After getting in the car, she took off her high heels, revealing her snow-white feet, which made Chen Hao's eyes dazzled. This woman has really good skin. I wonder how she maintains it. Sumoran looked around the interior of the car. Even though she was used to sitting in luxury cars, she couldn't help but be shocked by the luxury of the car. He said in surprise, "Boss, is this car the legendary Lamborghini Veneno?" After starting the car, Chen Hao focused his attention on the front. Hey, you also know about Lamborghini Venetian? Sumoyan smiled and said, I have studied some sports cars in the past few years, and I have some understanding of most of them. Chen Hao was surprised. Why are you researching sports cars for no reason? Sumoran said bluntly, of course I'm looking for a boyfriend. Those who drive a Rolls-Royce are not necessarily rich, but those who drive a Lamborghini Veneno must be super rich second generation. Chen Hao smiled. There is indeed some truth in what she said. The person driving the Rolls-Royce could be the driver, or it could be rented. Can I drive a Lamborghini Venom? There is no place to rent a supercar of this level. Besides, it couldn't be the driver. Have you ever seen anyone driving a supercar with a driver? What if it was borrowed? Funny. Can ordinary people borrow a Lamborghini Veneno? By the way, Mr. Chen, you haven't told me yet why you asked me out today. Chen Hao said, it's like this. I'm going to meet someone this afternoon and I plan to buy some clothes. I want you to come and help me with the advice. Without asking, Sumoran knew that the person Chen Hao was going to meet must be a certain woman. Nonsense. Who would dress up deliberately when meeting a man? Boss Chen, you're going to date another woman, and then you want me to help you buy clothes. Will I be very sad if you do this? Sumoran pursed her charming red lips, looked like a spoiled child, and her voice was so sweet that it could make one feel sick. Any normal man would find it hard to resist. Chen Hao's hand unconsciously rested on her snow-white, flawless thigh without stockings. Silky smooth at the start. Boss Chen, are you bullying me again? Sumoran looked at Chen Hao very unhappily, but did not slap Chen Hao's hand away. Chen Hao chuckled in his heart. There's hope. However, the time is not right yet. Chen Hao could feel that this woman was not as simple as she seemed. Otherwise, it had been taken down by the previous boss a long time ago. From the previous princess selection activity, Chen Hao knew that he was definitely a pervert. It is impossible that the previous boss had not coveted a woman like Sumoran who was a disaster to the country and the people. But why didn't the previous boss succeed in winning over Sumoran? Therefore, Chen Hao knew very well that this woman was definitely not as simple as she seemed.
Just touching her legs and giving her a hug, do you think you have won her over? Don't be silly. Women of high level have very sophisticated methods. About 20 minutes later, Chen Hao and Su Moran appeared in the commercial street. This is one of the most prosperous streets in Mindu, with stores of various domestic and foreign brands. After getting off the car, Su Moran put on sunglasses. It was such a damn summer, the weather was too hot and dazzling. Then he pointed to the intersection ahead. Mr. Chen, there are all kinds of big brands on this street. I'll take you to any brand you like. In front of the intersection is the Armani store. Armani's style is elegant and simple, with a greater focus on tailoring and details. On the right is Prada, which focuses on sophistication and fashion. On the left is Versace, which focuses on gorgeous and unique designs. When Su Moran talked about these brands, she knew them all like the back of her hand. It was obvious that this woman went shopping a lot. It seems like I made the right choice to find this woman to be my advisor.